Hello everybody and welcome to Chess 24 and welcome to live commentary of the British Chess Championships. It's a pleasure to be back in the Chess 24 studio and it's a pleasure to be here with my good friend Grandmaster, I was going to say Jan Gustafsson, but then I realized I might get in trouble. No, this is Grandmaster Niclas Huschenbeth.
Yeah, a new face, and I'm very excited to, for the first time, commentate alongside with Lawrence.
Is this the first time?
This is the first time.
Oh my
Lawrence.
God.
It's very exciting.
This is exciting.
Yes.
We've got the British Championships, a tournament that I've played in many times, not for a few years, I have to say, and a tournament that I'm very fortunate enough to have a bit of insider information on. So all of the scandals and stories, they're all going to come out on this,
all right.
on
all
this
going
broadcast.
To be revealed.
No, we're going to be professional. We're going to be straight up. We're going to look at some chess. Today is round one. Now, a bit of information about this tournament, perhaps a bit of background before we go into the games. The games have started, but really they've just kicked off. So it might be a good idea just to give for people who are logging in, perhaps they're not even English, maybe people from all over the world, of course, looking at this. This tournament is taking place in Bournemouth, which is, do you know where Bournemouth is?
I have no clue.
It's on the coast, it's like south of England, below London.
Okay.
That's Bournemouth, a bit south. It's on the coast, and the last time it was held in Bournemouth was in 1939. Well, actually, that was a women's tournament. Last time it was a full tournament with men and women playing, it was 1936, so a long time ago.
Yeah.
So it's great for the British Championships to be back there. The British Championships is open to British and Irish citizens as well as resident players. So British residents are also allowed to play. So we'll see in the list, for example, there are some players with a FIDE flag, which is different.
Right, Hungarian.
But Hungarian, for example.
Thomas
we have
Fodor.
Right, who Thomas Fodor Jr., who's, I think, our 6th seed in the tournament. But he lives in England and therefore is allowed to play. So it's great to see this happening. And what we would encourage in this stream, as Chess24 has done since its inception, is for you guys to be as active with us as we are with you. Please feel free to send us messages via the chat. So if you're in the Chess24 broadcast page and you can see our screen, which is on the top right, you'll see there's a notation and a chat button. Please feel free to send us your comments because we'd love to hear from you. And also feel free to tweet us at C24 Live, at C24 Live. You can add Niclas Huschenbeth if you want. You can add me as well if you want. You can follow us on Twitter. And we'll just hopefully have a lot of fun.
Yeah, just any questions that you might have about, well, the positions, obviously, or anything really related to chess, or if sometimes even not related to chess, you can just post it in the chat and tweet us, and we'll happily react to your tweets and interact with you guys.
Yeah, and as Niclas said, there's only so much chess one can talk about. So it doesn't have to be a strictly chess-related subject, but please keep it clean. This is a family show.
Of course.
We have actually got many, many games on the live boards this year. Normally in the British Championships they have a few, but this year I believe we have about 32 live boards. Now, clearly we're not going to be able to look at all of the boards, and some of the games aren't going to be really ones that we should focus on, let's say, at this stage in the tournament.
Yeah.
Clearly, I think what we should do is we should look at the main favourites for this tournament. And it's a great thing to see the English number one, British number one, Mickey Adams, playing in the British Championships this year. He hasn't played for a few years. So it's great to see him back. He is top seed by some distance, I think.
50 elo points.
Good 50 elo points. And today he's playing against Peter Shaw.
Yeah, in the first round of a tournament, it's, or let's say, an open tournament, or almost open tournament like the British Championship is one, Of course, the favorites play against clearly lower rated players. So Peter Shaw here has an ELO of 2140, I believe.
Yeah, we'll double.
So
2143. So yeah, huge difference. 600 points nearly. So Mickey Adams is big favourite to win this game, even with the black pieces. Basically, in the first round of the British, we're going to expect all of them, the seeds to cruise through. I think we'll be very shocked if there's even a draw, because the difference is just so big.
Yeah.
But there are some tricky pairings, and as we go down the list, we'll see that there are some pairings which are definitely not as appetizing for some of the top players as others. So we've got, this is the Peter Shaw game. Let's quickly go through the opening moves, Niclas, as we're here.
Let's go.
We have a
Queen's Gambit.
Queen's Gambit declined. That turns into, believe it or not, a Cambridge Springs variation. So they've got to this position through a very strange move order, and knight d2, which is one of the main moves. And I have to say, I cannot recall Mickey Adams playing this ever, or maybe not for a very long time, maybe in his youth. Mickey has mostly been a Nimzo Indian player, or a Queen's Gambit declined, straight Queen's Gambit decline player, or sometimes he's played some Slavs and Bogo Indians, but a Cambridge Springs like this, maybe he just wants to get a position, nothing too theoretical.
You just have to keep in mind that even though his opponent is clearly low rated, 550 points, you still need to beat those guys, right? They're 2140. They know how to play chess, and especially with the black pieces, he's aiming for a position here where he can play for a win.
Yeah, to be honest, the strategy he needs to employ is just to do something not so theoretical, because with black, even against a 2150 player, if he really knows his stuff,
those positions, they can be quite solid for white as well.
I mean, even this opening choice, I have to say, slightly surprises me by Mickey. If I were in his shoes, I mean, I suppose he doesn't really care that much. He's just going to be able to outplay Peter, whatever the position,
sure he's pretty confident.
So let's just see how this one develops. Let's go to board 2, because got an interesting match here. We've got the second seed and numerous time British champion, good friend of mine, Grandmaster David Howe, playing white against Kobe Kalavanen. Now, Kobe Kalavanen, I have no idea who Kobe is. He's rated, I would assume, around the same kind of ELO, 2100-ish, and 2131. And David with white is obviously a massive favourite again. And David has gone for something which, why not? A Trompovsky.
That's
you
like to see his choice.
I do. It's an English speciality, the Trompovsky, believe it or not. I don't think there's any top player that has not played it. Mickey used to play it loads. Mickey used to play it loads. David's played it a few times. We'll see Gawain has played it. And of course, it was the likes of Mark Hebden, the likes of Julian Hodgson, who really put the Trompovsky on the map. Now, clearly, it's an opening just, again, that can, it's got good chances. And if you want to learn more about the Trompovsky, check out my series.
I was just about to say, you did a series.
Check out my series on Chess24. It's a full series on the opening that covers all major lines and side lines. And it's a good opening. Play this,
you just have a complete repertoire against Knight f6 here already.
Yeah.
So it's nice to cover everything, obviously.
And of course, we should point out that, unfortunately, such a large volume of work cannot just come from the stars and for free. For those of you who aren't premium members of Chess24, you do not have access to the video series. They are 5-7 hours long, some of them. Peter Svidler has a 15-hour Grunfeld, or is it 12 hours?
I think it's 12.
12 hours, sorry.
Pretty long already.
12-hour Grunfeld series. If you want to learn about all of the novelties and updates in these key openings, become a premium member on Chess24, and you'll have access to the whole range.
Yeah, and it's just like this video library obviously is continuously growing and growing. There's just more stuff being added. Like every month there's a new video series or even more. So
from top, I mean, and the caliber as well. I think that's what makes Chess 24 very, very special as well. Not only have you got the likes of Niclas Huschenbeth, myself, but who's come here to do series? Peter Svidler.
Yeah, just recently Mark Dvoretsky.
Mark Dvoretsky, arguably the greatest trainer in history of chess. You've had other top grandmasters, so you really should check that out.
All right, we should get back.
Let's get back to the games. This is what we've got in the David Howe game.
92. He wants to go e4, but black stops this by going d5. Have you still? Is this
well, in my series, I always recommended just eating
take it
this,
off, play it easy, right?
Taking this and then fianchettoing the bishop. This is the
very
way.
simple to play for white.
And good structure and some long-term prospects. But David tries something different, knight d2. I don't think d5 is a very valid response, to be honest. And
you would still take you on f6?
Yeah, I think David will take and...
Well, right now? Yeah.
Yeah, I think he can take, because now he can do something similar.
And black has already decided
to
put his pawn on d5.
Right, and that can become a target. What white has to be slightly... The thing that white's going to question during the game is whether he's going to play a quick c4 and allow d takes c4 or not. Because if black, just to... let's just put a standard kind of line here. If black doesn't take on c4, which I think he should in a lot of lines, I don't want. I'm just trying to do this to. I know you can take on d5 here. I'm just trying to illustrate a point. My move order was a bit wrong, but black doesn't want to be left with this kind of position. This is just horrific.
Have this pawn on d5, which is just a target,
right?
And black has no counterplay pretty much. No, whenever white plays c4, I assume black needs to take on c4.
Right. And I think he's just doing fine. He's got a square on d5 for his knight, and it's just a position.
White is not better, but it always strikes me as easier to play for white because there are not any apparent plans for black really. Besides maybe playing on the queen side, on the king side somehow, but it's not easy to implement to attack the white king. Whereas for white, it's pretty clear you're just going to push the pawns forward on the queen side. So we'll see if we actually see this on the board. Right now, this is still the current position.
Right.
And certainly there are also other options for Howell besides taking on f6. Let's go to the next favorite.
Yeah.
Or one of the favorites here. Gawain Jones playing with the black pieces, and this is a king's Indian setup.
Yeah, it's a kind of king's. I mean, Gawain, again, somebody I've known since I was a very young guy, and Gawain has been traditionally a king's Indian or a fianchetto player all of his life, played the dragon. Of course, he has now expanded. You don't get to 2650 as he is now without expanding your horizons. And but against weaker players, Gawain tends to feel that this kind of structure offers dynamic chances. So I think it's an excellent choice by Gawain. Philip Crocker, though, he's playing very quickly, and it doesn't surprise me to see. I think we're still in quite well-known theory here, actually, this position in this kind of Botvinnik English. Bishop h6 played very quickly, and Rook f7 must be a move here. Right. And it's going to be a game where I expect Gawain to win, but maybe it's not going to be so straightforward. And should point out, actually, that really, if we look at the tournament, there's just such a difference between the top three players and the rest of the field. Gawain has been playing really well as well recently. He suffered a mini lapse a short while ago, and then he got back. He put in some great performances recently. And it's actually David Howell who got to 2700.
Yeah, I was about to ask you about that. Yeah,
he got to 2700. He was playing excellently, and he suffered a few bad results, and he's come right the way back down to 2663.
Yes, unfortunately, he just crossed that mark. It's like, wow, he made it into a 2700 club, and now I'm seeing he's back at 2663. But this is just how it goes. And I'm sure eventually he will be up there again.
I think he will. I think he's got the talent. I think he's got the determination. He's still very young. So this is the position. What can we say? I think it's just theoretical, and we'll just come back to it.
F7.
Rook F7, and then White's just got loads of moves here.
I like those positions for black. You always have ideas sometimes to go F4, and I'm not sure what White is doing really.
Yeah, I mean, maybe White has to go F4 himself.
Yeah, that's what I'm always wondering. Actually, put the rook on E8. Okay.
Ah, you played rook E8. That's slightly
Yeah, I would have
unusual.
kept my rook on F7.
I think the problem is sometimes with rook F7 you do run into EF5s and bishop D5s, and so I understand going
Maybe.
choice.
But in general, yeah, I would have liked the rook better on the F5. So, okay.
We'll see.
But this is all pretty
this is
standard.
This might even be theoretical anyway. So, and if you want to check out whether it's theoretical, please feel free, guys. There's lots of games, and all you have to do is click on the opening tree button and the database button in your browser on the portal, and you'll be able to see whether that's whether this has been. Should we do it? Should we do it for the fans, just so they can?
We can.
We can do that, right? Let's have a look here. Rook E8, and we'll go to opening tree. This has been played
Six
games with the move Queen D2. The top player has played it is 2780. So this is a. If we go to database, let's see who that player was. Robert James Fisher. Can you believe Bobby Fischer had this position
with the white pieces?
With the white pieces in 1994. Wow, I didn't even realize he played a game in 1994.
Probably was
simultaneous or something.
Yeah, must have been. Still, that's funny.
Interesting. Okay, so let's go to the next game. Now, the next seed, the number 4 seed, is again a very well-known player and a good friend of mine who is arguably one of the most solid players in the UK, Grandmaster Niclas Pert. Nick is an extremely talented player. I don't believe he's ever won the British Championships. I think the main reason why Nick has never won it is because either Gawain and David have been playing, or Mickey, or he's just come short for some reason. But he's a very, very good player. He's very difficult to beat, and I think, you know, with the white pieces, even against a Gawain or David, I don't think he's underdog to lose that game with white. Against Mickey, well, possibly, but we'll see him be very solid this tournament. He will be there by the end. He'll be challenging. The big question is whether Mickey or David or Gawain, they just go on a run of 5-6 wins and they get too far. So this is the position with Nick Pert, and what we have is another very interesting game. Carl Bicknell with the black pieces, rated 21-21, and we have a Blumenfeld Gambit. Don't see many of those every day. Bishop G5, D6, and now the move that everybody loves to play, pawn to E4. And so this is an interesting moment where black can obviously take on E4, but this runs into check. And I think the reason why white plays this is because getting castled and putting a rook here on E1 before black's had time to develop his kingside is actually very, very nasty, practically speaking.
Okay.
And pretty sure Nick's had this position before. Carl decides to defend the pawn instead. Nick defends his pawn now on E4, knight bd7, and I see Nick has played A4. Very standard move, trying to attack this queenside and secure a square for C4 for the knight.
Yeah, if black plays B4,
A5
this is already...
I mean, A5 would just be played automatically, I assume, here.
Yeah, it's already positionally speaking really bad for black, because there's no counterplay on the queen side where I can just block the queen side by putting a knight on C4, and this is not good.
Yeah.
So
we should illustrate, you know, typical themes for all of you beginners out there. You know, something like this could be
typical
theme could happen. Queen pinning the pawn. These things in Benko and Blumenfeld gambits, you can see them a lot. So instead,
Rook B8 was necessary.
B8, yeah, I think that's the right move. And well, nothing clear cut for white, so I expect
He will just develop his pieces.
he might he might just exchange now that the rook has moved to b8. He might take and now play a move like he might even play bishop d3 because I'm not sure c4 bishop e2 allowing knight d4 knight c6
Probably not.
any good. So
Especially since black is underdeveloped as well and still need a couple of moves to castle. So
yeah,
probably just bishop d3.
but I have a good feeling. I think Nick's gonna win this without too much of a struggle today.
Yeah, this opening choice just leads to a very pleasant position for white.
The next game is the game between Sarah Longson and Mark Hebden. Sarah, one of the best female players in England. Hello, Sarah. Recently got married.
Mm-hmm. Congratulations.
Yep, she used to be Sarah Hegarty. Now she's Longson.
Okay.
And definitely one of the best female players in the country. She's playing a stalwart of British chess. Mr. Mark Hebden, I don't know how many British championships he's played in, but it's probably... It wouldn't surprise me if it was 25 British championships,
Wow.
Maybe more.
Wow.
Not Mark has just been one of the regular attendees of the British Championship. But Mark has never won a British Championship. It's quite unbelievable. I think I've got that right. And please put in the chat if I've got that wrong. But I just think Mark has never won it. I think he has come second a fair few times probably, but never won it. And unfortunately for Mark this year, I really don't see him winning it either because there are just three very, very strong grandmasters who he's got to try and beat. And I expect Mark to put in a decent result, but I don't see him winning it. Anyway, today he's playing Sarah,
With
who...
the black piece. And she's going for this line here. I'm not even sure what it's called. But it's an interesting line I've played myself.
I think it's called the Scotch Gambit the last time I checked.
Scotch Gambit.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. We'll go with that. So here e5, now black. Actually knight e4 and knight g4 also are sound moves.
Yeah.
But d5 is the main move.
Right.
Bishop b5, knight e4, takes on d4, bishop d7, bishop takes c6, b takes c6, now castle.
Mm-hmm.
I think...
Well, I've had this position against Mark Hebden with
white pieces.
Yeah.
White can also start with f3 here. And there's some
Not
subtleties.
here, queen h4 check.
Oh,
right?
not here. Maybe one
No,
move
you have
later.
the castle.
So here, here you
now
can either choose with f3 or bishop e3.
Right.
And yeah, I think possibly f3 might be more precise.
Right.
I've looked at this once or twice. Okay, so bishop e3.
Yeah, and now Mark's plays a very interesting
I thought
move.
queen b8 was a good move here.
Queen b8 might be a good move here.
Now we see the difference. If white had already inserted the moves f3, knight g5, of course, black... Well, I'm saying of course, but I would guess that black could not go for this then.
No, because then just let's illustrate it.
Yeah.
Because if you this is the way that's normally played. You kick this knight. Sometimes you can play f4 straight away, or you can just do here first.
This is better, yeah.
And if you go here, I assume just knight c3 is fine because takes knight a4.
And in the end, the knight hangs on g5.
The knight hangs on g5. So, allowing queen e7 or queen b8 here, and actually,
I'm not too
I
concerned
think
about
I've had
queen
this
e7.
exact.
Really?
No, I think I've had this exact position against him.
Because here, yeah, f3.
And now he's got this trick.
Ah, knight e6. Yeah, this is another trick you would avoid by playing f3 first.
Right.
And actually, that's on the board right now.
Right.
So that's nice, knight d6. Because often in these positions, the knight is kind of the problem for black because it gets pushed and doesn't really find a good place. And now it looks like it's heading to, maybe c4, maybe f5,
Right.
and just being exchanged.
Yeah, I think white has to go bishop f2 here. I just don't think there's any other move that makes sense.
Also pawn on e5 saying, so white has to consider this. Now, black can't take because of rook e1.
Right.
Pinning the queen, but black will just move the knight.
Well, the thing is also, I think the problem with knight c4 looks quite tempting.
Yeah, maybe now it's not a
But
great, just
maybe
b3.
you just-
Or, knight.
Yeah, but b3 knight e5 rook e1 looks like you're really playing with fire here.
Yeah, or I could possibly even start with f4. I could imagine that might be also quite strong.
F4 straight away.
Yeah, and then just follow with rook e1. Seems like...
Just here?
No, after knight takes e5.
Ah,
I think
f4
here
straight
you're
away,
already in trouble.
Yeah. There's just, black is just too exposed in the center.
Yeah, so knight c4 maybe not, but
No,
knight f5
he'll play
looks
knight f5.
completely fine.
But after knight f5, maybe you just go here. Looks logical.
Yeah, I mean, white is not worse.
No, actually, black has to be a tiny bit careful here because the kind of positions white wants to achieve in this opening, let me just put an example here, is if white manages to get some position, these are bad moves by the way, but I'm just trying to illustrate a point. If white gets a dark squared bind, a grip like this, where the knight hops into c5 versus this bishop, especially when this pawn hasn't committed itself to f4 yet, because this pawn actually does a great job of controlling some light squares, especially the e4 square. This can be a bit unpleasant for black.
Absolutely, this is kind of the dream setup white wants to achieve.
Yeah, with these weaknesses as well on the queen side, you always have to worry about these pawns. The knight comes in and the rook comes in. You just get, if you're not careful with black, you just get a dreadful position. And actually, you have eventually white can start expanding.
Okay,
so we'll see. We're kind of going
far cry from that.
Yeah, but I think Sarah will realise that bishop f2 really is the only logical move.
Oh yeah,
we'll see
I'm
what
sure
happens.
She will.
Next game is between Tamas Fodor Jr., who is Hungarian, but resides in the UK and therefore qualifies to play in the British Championship. And he is playing Dominic Klinger, who I have to say I don't know who Dominic Klinger is. And I think we should just take the position here. We've got a lot of games to get through. We probably won't get through all of them. We'll just check out some of the real top games today.
Right, exactly. Yeah, this already looks great for white with very nice center control and looks beautiful.
This came about from what looks like an old Indian defense, which you just don't see very much nowadays. Something like this, having the bishop on e7 instead of on g7 is
unusual.
It's the way they used to play, and it's just unfortunately very passive. And against a stronger player, you can get squeezed. And now, well, queen
and
c2.
later, actually, as we see, black played the bishop back to f8 and then played g6, but this has cost them plenty of tempo.
Right. And white's just going to put a rook on e1. He's probably going to go king h1 and...
at some point, white has to do something to
at some point, well,
e5, f5.
e5, f5, you know.
Those are standard sacrifices.
Right. No, I expect Thomas to come through in this one.
Right.
Next game is between Jeremy Fallowfield and Grandmaster Danny Gormally, the controversial Grandmaster Danny Gormally, famous for, well, some things that I'm sure many people know about already. A very talented player, Danny. Unfortunately, we don't see him playing that much now. He actually got to about 25-80 some years ago, qualified to play for the England team. He's slipped down. For me, never really achieved his full potential. And he's got a chance. He's got a chance to show something here, but the truth is, with Gawain, David, and Mickey playing, I don't think Danny really has a serious shot at winning it. But it would be nice to see him actually put in a really good performance. We have a position here. Danny, again, long-time player, Najdorf player. He's got looks like what seems to be an old main line, actually. In the Najdorf.
I can say a few words about this line. So bishop g5, of course, the most aggressive and ambitious approach for white to play against the Najdorf. And there's so much theory here. It's pretty insane. Most theory, of course, concerning the poisoned pawn variation after queen b6 or first inserting the moves h6 and bishop h4. But Gormally is going for the Gelfand variation, knight bd7. Here white has also many different approaches, queen f3, is the old main move, I would say. Bishop c4, also very interesting. I've played this a couple of times. And queen e2, which is, I think, considered to be, well, one of the most critical ones. It was also recommended in Nigi's, Parimarian Nigi's repertoire book for white against the Najdorf. Queen c7, castle. And now bishop e7, to my mind, a little surprised. I think usually b5 is the way to go here and play bishop b7 first. And here after bishop e7, I think white has two choices between g3 and g4. And if I remember correctly, for some reason, which I don't recall, it's better to go g3. But I think g4 also certainly interesting. Now h6, and here I believe white should take on f6. I know the exact same position with the queen on f3 instead of e2, but it feels like to me it shouldn't make that big of a difference.
This feels pleasant for white to me.
Yeah,
I think he's very fast, no?
Yeah, well, I guess then again the queen is much better on f3 than on e2 because, well, with the queen on f3 at least you would threaten to go g5 immediately because you protect the rook on h1. Here you still need to make some moves. But yeah, the queen is also well placed on e2, supporting e5 in many lines.
Yeah, and the bishop goes to g2, so b5, bishop g2 wins a tempo a lot of the time. I think g3, what you said, is really interesting because if b5...
Yeah, I think there are those lines of bishop g2.
Bishop b6. You have to always worry about
e5. And I can't really pinpoint the difference. Sometimes there's sacrifice of knight takes e6 and the queen can still come to h5, but yeah, I would need to check again.
Yeah.
But here I think e5 is already might be a move.
Already looks dangerous, right?
Well, yeah.
Takes.
Yeah, I think
this already looks
there
very
were some
dangerous.
games here. Yeah, I think the main point is that there, for example, play knight d5. Now bishop takes e7. Let's say knight takes c3, pawn take, or pawn takes, king e7. Now in those positions, white can play something like queen g4. But okay, I have to be honest, I'm not quite sure. So don't take my word 100%. But
it looks very promising for white, doesn't it? These kind of positions.
Yeah, I think in general those are really, really dangerous. Okay, G4.
I think what we're going to see by Danny is after h6. Well, if white goes back here.
Yeah, then g5 is.
Well, you got to be careful. Knight e4 doesn't work as well. Always watch out for this little trick.
Yeah. Here. I would have a hard time. You can play knight takes e4 probably, and knight f5 after bishop takes h4. Knight f5 looks like a great move.
Wow. Oh my goodness. That's strong. Yeah. That's really strong. And if takes knight f6 is... knight d6. Knight d6 even is better.
Knight d6 checkmates.
That's cute, huh?
Yeah.
Or king f8 and queen e8 is made.
Yeah, with knight takes e4, black needs to be very careful checking if that works.
Yeah, I think it's just one of the themes. I think g5 is probably...
Yeah. G5 is the way to go, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, and if fg5, either knight h7 or maybe he'll sacrifice with hg5.
Yeah, I think in many situations you can even sacrifice a pawn. But knight h7 also looks...
But knight h7, g6.
Well then, okay. Black can take on h4 and goes from there.
Yeah. By the way, we're not using an engine, ladies and gentlemen, so if we're blundering everything each way and every way, please forgive us. But, I mean, the point of this idea is that you secure the e5 square, absolutely crucial square for this knight. And in many lines, black just gets fantastic compensation in the Najdorf by playing this g5 move. So that's why if I was white here, I would... undoubtedly take on f6 and play with h4 and bishop g2 and just try and use my
I think that would be definitely the best choice.
Moving on, let's go. We keep on going through the field and we are down to board number 8 and Grandmaster Jonathan Ems, the 8th seed, playing Nathan Talbot, rated around 2100, and we have a Tarrasch defense. John Ems, again, somebody I've known for years and years. He has been playing this all his life. In fact, a lot of the lines that I employed playing the Tarash was thanks to John Ems. And in fact, another series
I was about to say
that I've done in detail and without, you know, stroking myself too much. Anish Giri I saw recently.
He played
I
some
see
of
him a
your
lot.
lines.
I see him a lot, obviously. I see Anish. He said, watched your series, Lawrence, really good.
Really?
Honest to God.
That's awesome.
So if it's good enough for Anish Giri, 2800, it's good enough for you guys.
All right.
It's even good enough for you. And
Well,
your
I've made my own
interception.
series on
That's true.
against French, and I'm recommending a different move in this position. But bishop g5 is one of the main moves. The point is to
Yeah.
get the bishop to g3.
Yeah.
Is this the move you recommended?
No. I recommended, I think, bishop d2 and rook c1 against
Okay.
this.
Yeah, there are many different approaches here for white. But it always strikes me as just a little bit more comfortable for white because white has a nicer pawn structure, black has this weakness and potentially this weak square on e5, and I don't know, it always seems a little bit more comfortable for white. Rook c1 makes a lot of sense, putting the rook on the open c file, knight g4, knight g3 and g6. g6? I wouldn't necessarily make this move unless I needed to. Okay, and now knight d2, knight f6 and knight b3. This already looks quite nice for white. The knight is coming to c5.
Yes.
Rook e1 happening. Yeah, this
But
g6 move really weakened the black position, feels like.
it did. That said, this knight on g3 is kind of...
It is a little misplaced,
It's a little
for sure.
misplaced. So John's going to have to find a way to get that back into play. But again...
I think more important is that black is still not completely developed and white is going to put his knight on c5 in the next move. And you need pretty much to give a bishop for this knight, at the very least. So
yeah, it looks slightly more pleasant for
John.
For John, yeah. So I've just, by the way, in the chat, I am keeping my eye on it, ladies and gentlemen. We got confirmation from Pornbusher. Mark has never won the British. And then somebody says, yes, he did in 2002. So somebody messaged me who's absolutely certain whether Mark had won it previously. Danger Mouse says Klinger is another junior. Lawrence is showing his age, not knowing anybody under 30. You're right. I have to say I'm a bit out of touch with British junior chess at the moment. I'm hoping we have a new star of the level of David or Gawain come through. That would be nice. Let's hope. Lots of people active in the chat actually. Please keep that going, guys. It's very important for us to hear your thoughts. And
yeah, we can respond to a question by Pramod.
Yes.
If black can break through in the current position by playing a move like e5. Yeah, e5 is oftentimes the move you want to play as black to open up your bishop to get rid of this weakness on e6. But at the same time, that's also what I find is one of the problems with this line, you know. Okay, you get rid of one weakness on e6, but then suddenly you're left with the next weakness on d5 and the next target for white. So it's really difficult for black to get a sound pawn structure, because here now white has two pawn islands on the king side and the queen side, whereas black has three and has this target on d5. And well, you could maybe do this right here, but still I would just prefer white. Okay, maybe I need to watch out about this pawn.
Well,
but even if I just make any move
just,
like queen d2, rook e1, it's so easy to play. But yeah, e5 is probably possible. I don't see anything wrong with it. But just like I said, it doesn't help the black position that much.
Okay, let's move on. And another very famous English grandmaster who has definitely won the title, because I was played there when he won it. I think it's the only time he did won it. Keith Arthur, playing here with black, won it in 2008, I believe, in Liverpool. He actually beat me in that tournament as well on his route to victory. He shared the victory with Stuart Conquest and played some fantastic chess. Keith, one of the nicest guys you'll meet on the circuit. Keith had a bit of a bad spell. He got really low elo wise, nearly below 2400, I believe. So that was really for him not good. Then he came back up, and I think he's had another sort of iffy spell. So he's rated around 2450, but on his day he can be extremely strong. And the thing with Keith thrives in positions which have got more of a positional feel about them, something that is just more about experience and just sort of this innate knowledge of how to put pieces as slightly more quiet positions. I think Keith struggles more in the dynamic kind of positions a lot of the time. Doesn't calculate as well as perhaps he used to. So when you're playing Keith, for example, if you're going to get a Carlsbad structure against Keith with black, be very careful, because he's just had years and years of experience of playing, and he just knows how to play it. He knows how to play certain positions very well. So, but today, very curiously, Keith plays the modern defense. Keith has been playing the Caro-Kann for most of his life, so I don't think I've ever seen Keith play the modern. And he has just played a very interesting system with 3a6 and a very quick b5. Even I've tried this with black, and it's almost like the Tiger modern, Tiger Hill up person.
But you haven't even played d6
Yeah,
yet.
so it's curious, because there are some benefits of not playing d6 so quickly.
And
but
d5.
d5 is a very interesting move, actually. I'm not sure if it's any good, but it's very interesting.
It is certainly possible. But usually there's no need for white to play d5 so quickly. You could just first develop your pieces and later move any pawns in the center.
Yeah.
So d6.
d6 was played, and now it's back over to white. It's a very committal move, d5. You give away
I could
the
imagine
c5
he wants to play bishop d4 right away here.
Yeah, the problem with bishop d4 is that after a move like knight f6, let's just say you go f3, you always run into c5.
Yeah, very true. No, you don't
and
want
allowing this is then turns into the perfect dragon Sicilian, actually, with 3 tempi more, and it's just horrendous for white. So I don't think you can play bishop d4. That's why d5. I think, if anything, you should just get a knight there really quickly. So just go here.
The problem is b4 already would concern me, and then bishop d7. You would need to. Well, okay, you can go.
Doesn't
c3,
concern me
c4.
that much. This one probably.
Okay.
Probably here.
Yeah.
Not too concerned at the moment. I think you have to do this though with white, because if you just play just normal moves like, I don't know, bishop e2 or something like that, black might just go even after knight g2. Maybe c5 is interesting. Just curious. I don't know.
Yeah, usually this early d5.
It's not seen that much.
It's not
it's
seen
a
that
very
much, and there's a
committal
reason
move.
to it. Yeah.
Okay, let's move on. And now we're on board 10, and Richard Pert playing. Richard, again, Nick's brother. Richard, a very strong international master, who I also know very well. And he has got the kind of position against Roger de Coverley, again, a guy who's been on the scene for many years. Richard's huge favourite, queen takes d4. Well, probably black isn't doing that badly here after knight f6. But it's the kind of position where, he's still a bit passive, and Richard's got a bit of initiative, and this is the sort of position that Richard does very well in. So I don't expect too much.
Any upset here?
No, not at all. Let's go to the next game. We've got Brian Hewson against somebody I do know is a very promising youngster. I think he's currently studying in the UK. I can't remember if it's Oxford or Cambridge. I think it's one of those two. Justin Tan. from Australia, still playing under the Australian flag, but studying in the UK, resides in the UK. And talking about Carlsbad structures, we actually have one here. So this has come from a very well-known Queen's Gambit declined line. And Brian Hewson has just played B4. The problem with this particular line at the moment for White is that he's not managed to create a backward pawn on C6.
Well, not yet, maybe, yeah?
Yeah, but I also feel like Black is so quick. He's been, he's got his pieces out. He's got rid of some minor problems already. So it doesn't feel like this kind of minority attack has that much punch. Has that much, you know.
We can point out real quick, if Black takes on B4 twice, then White is ready to win back the pawn on B7, and also inserting a rook exchange here doesn't change that.
Well, you can win a pawn on E4
Oh, you can
as well.
win a pawn on E4 as well.
I mean, that's pretty simple.
Yeah, queen takes B4
I mean,
and knight
this
takes
isn't
E4.
going to happen.
Yeah, just to point it out.
But, you know, just in a... This is the problem. If you play a solid opening like this, there are chances of it just being a bit... You know, it's a bit dry.
What about a move like B5?
Yeah, but...
I like this move. Well, I guess it's very concrete. If you can get knight B6, knight C4 in, that would be quite nice. Right. But it's White to move right now, and White can probably move the knight away. And
no, I think what they normally do is they go knight A2, don't they?
Oh, knight A2 to protect the pawn on B4?
Yeah, I think that's the way they normally do it.
Makes sense too.
And also, in some lines, you can actually take and go knight B4.
Yeah, might actually happen after something like rook FC8.
Yeah, rook FC8, and also BA5 stops knight B6. So this is a typical way White plays.
So probably not.
No, B5. I don't think. I think B5 is just too committal. But then again, if you just take and go here, White can go B5, and I don't know. I just don't think this is the right opening choice in the first round of an open like this. They say about the British Championship, well, as people know, it's a very long tournament. I don't know how many.
It's 11 rounds.
It's 11 rounds, and the old wisdom about the British Championships, when I used to play, is it doesn't really matter if you what you do in the first week. It's all about the second week. So it's split into 2 weeks. In as much as the old wisdom was when it was a lot closer, is if you had, let's say, 4.5 out of 6 or 5 out of 6 in the first week, or even 4 out of 6, doesn't matter, because you have so many games in the second half of the tournament, and we've seen it over the years. You can come straight back. Unfortunately, the problem with this year is that if you're on 4 out of 6 and Mickey Adams is on 5.5 out of 6 and Gawain is, you're just not going to catch them. So that old wisdom of the British Championships doesn't quite apply this year, I'm afraid, in my opinion. Right. Anyway, let's move on. Chris Ward, who many people will know for two things. Firstly, he's an ex-British champion. And secondly, he is a salsa dancer. That's how he earns his living.
For what I've known him. But I know he also wrote several books, at least.
He might also be known for that. But the biggest advocate of the Sicilian dragon in history. He's the guy who put the dragon on the map. He's really the guy who's responsible for all the kids playing the dragon. Gawain, myself, various others growing up. Everybody played the dragon, and it was really thanks to Chris. He's got whites against Roman Mitra, who again I don't know very well. And we've got a very weird setup. Again, it's like an old Indian, but I really like how White has already got F4 in.
Yeah, 4-pawn attack against.
Yeah, it's a 4-pawn attack, but okay, but it looks absolutely fine. Yeah. So expect Chris to win, and he's a dancer. He's a dragon player. He's the idol for me. He's an idol for many people, right?
Yeah.
We love Chris. Next board, we've got Freddie Hand. That's a good name. Freddie Hand against Richard Palliser. Richard Palliser, top bloke. Very good player when he has some rhythm, and when he doesn't get too down, I think he's way underrated at the moment. He can often beat very good players. And today he's got, it kind of started off as some kind of perk and then turned into what looks like a dragon structure.
Yeah, it just looks like transposed to dragon.
With white castling kingside. Now, I don't particularly like this.
It's pretty harmless usually.
Yeah, it's pretty harmless because you can't really launch your attack. So it's black who's just going to be playing on the queen side, and
just have to make sure you don't run into this knight d5 trick, that's all.
Yeah, precisely.
For example, here knight d5 would run into knight d5.
Right.
Which is not the end of the world after queen d8, but it's just something
No,
you
but
don't
I
need to
mean,
do.
can you even take here? Because I'm not sure it works.
Knight takes.
So here, 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 and here?
Okay, and then after knight d5.
Yeah, but you're dropping.
Am I?
Well, I mean, some jump is going to be very awkward for you.
Well, it's going to be awkward, but the question is how
I mean,
awkward.
even this position, black's never worse here because white's just...
I don't know. I mean, obviously a compensation with the bishop here, but
I don't even feel the pawn here. I mean, I'm not even sure knight c4 is the right way, of course. Maybe knight g4, right? I mean, this is standard dragon. I mean, if you have to take here, I mean, black can never be worse here.
yeah. We also need to consider bishop takes d2, though, probably.
Yeah, that's the point. Bishop takes d2 is a move here. Knight d5. This is this yes could, but even here, is that a good trick?
That might be a
Cute
a
little...
very good trick indeed. No, then this doesn't work. Well, still,
So
black will think twice before allowing that.
Black might just play this move. I mean, that's the move I would probably play here because
There's no rush, really.
there's no rush, and it also avoids any swap because I think actually having castle kingside, white wants to exchange pieces and play some very slow positional game. Yeah, he's not looking to attack, so exchanging some pieces might be an idea, but we'll see. Going further, Peter Wells playing against Richard Bierkert. Now, Peter Wells, another grandmaster, very famous author, good guy, good friend of mine. And today he's gone for the old h4 against Richard Bierkert.
E6 and G6, you know, I've never seen this in my life, I have to be honest.
Well, I've seen it. It's a kind of hippo that's not quite developed, so it's a...
Why would you do this?
It's a deformed hippo. Why would you do this? That's a good question. This is what we do in England. You know, this is the English school of chess. You'll learn over the next few days. This is how we play chess in England.
Okay.
None of this classical Berlin stuff. You won't see a Berlin all tournament. Okay,
I doubt that.
Yeah,
Should we make it better?
Okay. we might see a Berlin, but Peter going just for the kill already, and you know what? Allowing h5, I wouldn't have done.
h6.
I think you go h6, or you can go h5, but probably h6 is the way forward.
No, yeah.
With the idea of meeting h5 or g5.
Okay, but I was talking for white actually after c5.
c5.
What about h6?
Oh, that's...
Oh, the bishop. No, the pawn is hanging on d4.
The pawn is...
Never mind.
I thought you were actually planning to sacrifice it, but I realised you just didn't see it.
I didn't see
You
it.
got to start working again.
Yeah,
you're a bit out of practice. That's all right. No, Peter just took and played this. Bishop e3, queen c7. Now, I mean, it's just clear Peter's going to go knight a3 here. No question.
Yeah, and the dark squares are pretty weak for...
This could just end very quickly, guys, because knight b5 is coming, and if you go a6, knight c4, it's just disastrous.
Of course, you need to check something like bishop takes c3, but usually those moves just don't work.
Just ignore it. Oh, you can't?
Well...
No.
I mean, even if you just take here and play something like...
Oh, you can't go queen d... Maybe you can go queen d2.
You might even, but even if you play king e2 and...
I mean, it looks bad, doesn't it?
Yeah, queen d4.
Queen d4 might just be the end. Queen d4,
yeah,
forcing
f6, h6, g6. Yeah.
It's just standard kind of, you know, you're getting in so much trouble here. I mean, Peter's going to think now. Peter is a time trouble addict. He's like David Howell in that sense. They are the time trouble addicts for the tournament. I remember seeing loads of games with them, and an hour and a half for Peter is a very short amount of time.
Yeah, the time control is 1.5 hours for 90 minutes, and then half an hour for the rest of the game after 40 moves have been played, and 30 seconds per move added from the very first move. Alright.
Yeah, so...
And I think we can stop here for now and go back to the first games, because like we said, we have 32 games,
Right.
so that's plenty of games, and I think it makes sense for us to focus on the top boards. And
if there's anything interesting, we'll try and check in, but, at the moment, looking at some of the lower boards, there's nothing to...
You mean if there's some crazy stuff happening?
Let's go back to the top. Let's just go for a quick recap, and then we're probably in a good position to take our first break because we've got a long day in front of us. Let's quickly go back to Peter Shore against Mickey Adams. We last saw it after Knight D2, which is the way I believe Aliechen played against Capablanca in their World Championship match. And what normally happens is if you take on C4, white players don't take on C4 because the bishop is hanging, but instead they take here and then play this. And they've given the two bishops, but they've got a beautiful knight on C4 and the central majority. And this kind of thing was seen as slightly better for white. So instead, Mickey played bishop b4, queen c2, castles, bishop e2,
and now e5.
And now e5. So Mickey decided he didn't want to play too passive.
That's interesting. And the point is that after d takes e5, what has been played, black doesn't take back. That would be a bad idea.
Yeah.
Because it would allow white to take on f6 and destroy the black pawn structure in front of his king. So that would be bad on several levels. Instead, knight e4 was the point, hitting the bishop on g5 as well as hitting the knight on c3. White exchanges the knight, but now black takes back and is ready to take the pawn e5 in the next move, castle. And here, probably black can even
He'll probably take on c3 first, yeah.
And now take again, take on e5. Of course, white has the bishop pair, but on the other hand, the pawn structure here would worry me for white. Still not that clear yet. This bishop is quite strong. Let's say a move like rook d1, and white is controlling the d file for the moment.
Yeah, but I don't like this bishop e6
probably.
Yeah, I
still.
Yeah, but
this is not that clear yet.
No, but I think black's better there. I think what will happen is after castle bishop takes c3, white should just go b takes c3 because e4 is hanging in some lines. So knight e5, queen e4 is probably quite decent for white because, well, apart from being a pawn up at the moment, yes, black can take here, but with the two bishops, you have to be careful you're not losing pieces after rook c1. Actually, it looks like you are queen b2, rook c2.
Yeah, you can go back to a5.
Yeah,
but in general,
but now c5 and this can get unpleasant for black. So I think you should just take with the pawn, and after queen takes e5, probably you could just retreat, hit the queen. Queen comes to somewhere like e7. But now rook fd1.
Yeah, that would run into bishop d6 right away. Knight e5, queen takes e4.
Queen e4. So I'm not sure about this. I'm curious.
Well, maybe bishop takes c3 isn't forced.
Yeah, no, it doesn't.
Looks like it's more or less forced.
Doesn't like this really for Mickey at all. Which is okay. Let's not get too excited because Mickey,
it's a little bit too early to get excited here.
Mickey's still gonna probably win this game, but basically, I don't think there's any way to avoid this stuff.
c3.
And the bishop comes round to d6, and again, I said I wasn't over the moon about Mickey's opening choice, but okay, let's not get ahead of ourselves. He's still massive favourite to win this game. David, we got David actually never took on f6 after d5. Not. He just played. We just transposed into a Torre attack, which is a main line of the Torre attack here, but with d5 instead of d6. This is completely well known. And actually, we now have a reversed Slav.
Mm-hmm. That's funny.
We have a reverse Slav, and with like a fianchetto Slav, and white should have a tempo or two extra. So this is curious, but I'm not really sure about what this bishop is now doing on g5. So I don't know, David.
We'll figure it out.
We'll figure it out. And wow, well, the Gawain game has really got interesting.
Yeah, a lot of moves.
A lot of
played
moves.
here.
What's going on here? What is going on here?
Well, white can take on e4.
But maybe black's already just loads better, right?
Yeah,
Feels
the problem
like
is
white is...
You would like to take on e6, but you're just not in time to do so because after queen takes e6, black's defending the pawn on e4.
Yeah, I'm just
After
worried.
bishop takes e4, black can just remove the bishop.
Maybe
from
just
e6.
go here. And then put a knight on f5, and it looks very promising for Gawain, in my opinion, because white, in one lesson for all you, because if you're pushing pawns like you are, you're leaving a lot of, you can feel there's a lot of air here, there's a lot of unprotected squares. And this bishop as well on h6, it's kind of, in a lot of positions it's good, but here when it's disconnected from the queen and knight f5 is coming in so quickly. I mean, to put an example, if you do this, this might already just win.
Well, as well as dropping the rook on d1, yeah.
Right, I mean, just trying to illustrate this knight f5 idea. So I think...
Well, probably white would need to play rook d1 after bishop g4.
Right, so takes, bishop g4, rook d1. But
well, it's actually not that clear to me what black's going to do next.
Well, you've got d5 ideas
d5,
as well.
maybe, yeah.
I mean, d5...
Yeah, now, I like this actually, because you can't... Now this idea really is possible if white retreats with the bishop to g2.
Well, yeah.
Black's going to take... Well, or let's say you take on d5 first.
Okay.
Okay. Well, I want to play this bishop takes d4 and queen takes d4, knight f5 idea. But here, yeah, black has a pleasant choice already between knight takes d5.
This looks like a dream position to me because you're just pinned so much here and you're weak here. And
I also like pawn takes d5.
pawn takes d5 is interesting.
Because now, what I want to point out, bishop g2, bishop takes d4
you have the same idea,
is
right?
winning.
Is it? Rook e8 and bishop d5?
Oh, yeah, gotta be careful. Bishop takes d5 might as well win
Bishop
for
d5.
white.
Bishop d5 might just be the end of the game.
Yeah, okay, I gotta be careful here.
But I mean, Gawain, and again, Gawain for me has always been the one big strength that Gawain has. He always seems to play the right kind of openings against the right kind of person. So
That's
for me, that's a real skill. He's really picked excellently today. So I expect him to actually win this without too many problems. Nick Pert, AB5. He played C4 here. Interesting.
Yeah, also
I thought
looks
just bishop
quite
D3,
good.
but C4 looks normal. And probably black didn't want to go B4.
Yeah, no counterplay anymore on the queen side, really.
And yeah, just bishop D3 would be
So
kind
pleasant.
of awkward here. Yeah. So he took on C4, but of course, this now allows white to install his favorite knight in these structures on C4. This square is just so good. And Nick doesn't rush here. He just gets his king safe.
Yeah, it's just a better position for white.
It's just better for white. Black often will try and exchange these knights.
But then also there might be knight a5.
Right. That could be awkward.
Yeah, this is very
and
nice.
Nick's very experienced in these positions.
But let's look at Longson against Hepton.
Wow.
So this actually
This
has happened.
actually
We said that
happened.
f4 would. Hold on.
She played bishop f2, knight c4, and
b3. We looked at this exact line, and here we said actually that f4 would be very good, but maybe we missed something because she didn't play it. Ah, there's still f6. Well, that's a move to miss, I guess. f6? What is going on? You just... Well,
You
now
just give up the piece.
we put on the engine, and I don't know, did he prepare this? I mean, that's not a line I would necessarily go for, where I sacrifice. just a piece here. I mean, I wouldn't feel that confident. The computer is confident with the 2 pawns in the center, but I mean, honestly, as a human, I would not go for this. But instead, here in this at this point, White played rook e1, which was not a good choice. Because now Black can stop with g5.
No, but now we see the idea. This is very clever. This is why your move f4 was so important. After rook e1 and now castles, if White goes f4, she runs into f6.
This might also be a problem.
And the problem is if you take and now take, everything is happening. Even though your queen is pinned, White is just ready to go rook takes f2.
Yeah, and everything will fall apart. And if you move the knight to f3, then Black just takes an f2.
And then gives a check on c5 and goes e4. And that's just game over. So I actually really fear for Sarah now.
Yeah, no, she had to play f4.
She had to play f4. Now she probably, I mean, b4 is an amazing move here, actually. Sacrificing another pawn to gain a tempo to secure the knight. And now go, oh, not g4. That's definitely not the move she wants to do. Go f4 here and something like this. I mean,
okay, well,
this isn't. I mean, I don't think this is going to happen, but I think she's going to realize that after f4, f6. I think she will play f4 because I don't think she quite has the imagination, although she could prove me wrong for b4. But this can be really bad. And Mark, yeah, he's very.
It's surprising though, because after all, even in this position, White doesn't have to take yet. But I guess there's also no way really to improve the position much. For example, let's say knight c3, then Black just steps out of the pin on the e-file, and then White has to take, obviously, otherwise White is just a pawn down. So yeah, queen d6, and now it takes e5. But same story really here as well.
Yeah, I mean, Black's already got 2 pawns, and with these threats, it's very dangerous. And Mark's played tons of games in this, so he knows more or less what's going on. So I don't like this. And those are the main games, really. How about we go on our first little pause? We're about just over an hour into the broadcast. We're going to be here for all the action, so don't go
too far.
Don't go too far away, and we will be right back. This is round 1 of the British Championships taking place in Bournemouth, England. I'm Trent, Niclas Huschenbeth. We'll be back in a few minutes.
See you then. And welcome back everybody to a coverage of the British Chess Championship. The first round is going on and we'll get back to the action. On my side is international master and commentator legend Lawrence Trent.
People, happy to be here, happy to be looking at this tournament that I know so well. Played in my first British Championship probably 2001, a long time ago.
Wow. How many have you played?
I haven't played, of the Open tournament, this one, I haven't played that many, I don't think. Maybe, I don't know, 5 or 6 or something like that.
Okay.
But I did very well as a junior, won a number of the British junior titles, so got some very good memories. And also had a lot of fun at the British Championships, a lot of camaraderie, a lot of good times there.
Okay.
But anyway, going back to the action, we have got an action game here, Gawain Jones. The last time we saw this game, Niclas, we saw it after f takes e4 here.
Oh, yeah. Hold on, let me just...
What's happening here?
Yeah, it's updating itself. We can turn this off real quick. Okay, we saw it here after bishop takes e4, and now we saw it after f takes e4. Now bishop takes e4 was the natural move, but now black just moved the bishop to g4, rook d1. This is the position we looked at.
Yeah, this is.
And now bishop h3 is quite a strong move.
That's very strong, actually.
Something we actually missed. The point is that if white now moves the rook, let's say to f2, it would be a natural move. Then this idea that you mentioned is in a position again because the rook on e1 is unprotected, the bishop is pinned, white cannot take on f5 and just loses the bishop on h6 due to that fork. There we go, got it finally. So that left black with, left white with
just a losing position, isn't it?
Yeah, just a losing position.
Just gonna lose this.
He tried f5.
Why not? But after takes,
rook
takes f5, f1. Yeah, I mean Gawain is just gonna play d5 here. Just 0 questions at all. Just 0 questions about this.
d5. Okay.
Yeah. 0 questions because this is just too obvious for Gawain. I mean, this just doesn't work at all.
No, because the knight is hanging on d4 as well. The knight is hanging on
maybe
d4.
I can just take. I don't know why I'm not sure. I just take this. Yeah, doesn't matter. So Gawain will play d5. No other move really makes sense because you've got to be a bit careful. F takes g6 is a threat here.
Yeah, and if you do something like bishop takes d4 here, queen takes d4, knight takes f5, that can suddenly turn around quite quickly because white can take on f5, you cannot take back because the mating threat, and suddenly I would be worried for black here.
And what's really nice is that rook e6 runs into queen g4, and you would love to go rook g6, but here you've got rook f8.
Oh.
This is a cute little line.
So you
Lovely
definitely need to be careful for black, but I'm sure Gawain, even before taking on f1, calculate this position after rook takes f1, not this specific position. And like you said, d5 is what we expect.
It's just going to happen, and Gawain's going to win this one without too many problems.
Okay.
Mickey Adams, though.
Might have, not problems, but...
He definitely doesn't have problems. We saw this position, we thought he would take on c3. We liked b takes c3 very much here, keeping the queens on and keeping some practical problems for Mickey. Understandably, Peter Shaw took on c3 with the queen because you're playing Mickey Adams. You see that you can get some kind of endings which are kind of okay, but after takes, bishop f4, Mickey played knight d3. So Mickey's found an outpost for this knight. Now bishop d6 must be the move white is calculating, after which rook d8 and now c5. Looks like a very sensible continuation. The question is if b6 can happen.
Maybe we can just play rook f2-1 here. And pawn being now b takes c5, bishop takes d3, and White is regaining the pawn, and this looks completely fine for white. Yeah, so Mickey has to find out or find ways to
I think
create
his
some
idea
play.
is here, rook fd1, he's going to go bishop a6, right? I mean,
Bishop a6 makes more sense, yeah.
that must be what he's thinking. But, so, which is why if maybe after b6, maybe, can you do this? I mean, let me just consider the idea of doing this. Because now if you take, we got the same thing.
Right, so we need to play
you want to protect it, let's say
bishop a6 or bishop f5.
So this feels wrong, putting the bishop here.
Because of f3 and e4
Right.
most likely.
Yeah, so I like this. But now I was thinking maybe I can do this. And if I place them, well, I mean, I'm assuming you have to move the rook.
Yeah, you do.
Let's go here. Let's say, for example, is this maybe c5? You know?
Yeah, I think black's certainly not worse with the strong pawn on d3.
Yeah.
The question is, how much is it for black? That's really the question.
Well, I mean, I'm going a4 already here with white really quickly.
Yeah, maybe rook b5 or rook b8.
Yeah.
It's also our moves to consider, but you have to check this. You have to calculate this. So this is not that clear.
Yeah. No. I mean, I think a good player with white in this position, a really strong player, would find a way to keep the balance, because it doesn't feel like white should be worse. But against Mickey, Peter might struggle. So we'll see if psychologically he can do something. Niclas Pert's position looks just
very
great.
nice. Yeah, rook on a7.
Just stopping this knight from moving for the moment and ready to double. And yeah, Nick's just so good in these positions. I just expect this to be quite strong.
Quite effortless win, probably.
Yeah, and this is the one. Yeah, this is
So we looked at this position here, and bishop g3 makes a lot of sense because there's already this idea of rook takes f2.
Right.
And now if black takes on d4, white can just take back and would still be a piece up here. So this is not something black will do. But something must be possible because we looked at this earlier with the computer and it was claiming a huge advantage for black already. So just now we have to figure it out on our own a little bit what black will do. Alright, if I protect the pawn on e5, rook f5, you can probably just play king h1, unpin the knight. So this doesn't seem to
Rook
help
f5
me much.
doesn't feel correct to me.
Yeah.
What is the move here? Curious. Is it some move like
Queen f6
Yeah,
maybe?
queen
f6
f6
looks interesting
Queen
at first sight at least.
6. I mean, because if you take check,
Yeah, question is there follow-up here?
here's
Bishop g4. This could be quite strong, yeah?
that looks like fatal to me. That looks like game over.
Yeah, bishop g4, that's the move to spot. And then it's game over.
Just resigned.
Because
Well, yeah, no, it's just resigned.
yeah, the queen of course cannot take because of queen takes e1. And the queen cannot keep all the pieces protected here. The knight on d4 and the rook on e1, queen d2 doesn't work because of queen f1. So you probably would need to play queen c1 when black can just take
black
on
can just
d4,
take on d4. I mean, this
at
is
the very
just-
least, and there's a pawn up.
That's the worst, but there's probably something even stronger here. To
And
be
rook
honest.
takes e5 could be answered, well, bishop takes
takes
d4
d4 is just-
simply, and giving checkmate. So queen f6
Yeah, that's the
is
move.
the move. Or
Ma-
queen f7, doesn't matter. Either one, but queen f6 makes a little bit more sense.
And Mark will find.
Oh
that.
yeah, of course.
I mean, just if we can find it, so quickly. Yeah, queen f6 or queen f7. Even rook ae8 apparently is very strong. But he's going to move the queen. It's just the natural move. And Mark Hebden is going to win. And he's going to win quite comfortably today against Sarah. Look at this position. Thomas Fodor Jr., one of the top grandmasters. And
if black cannot take on e5,
he just did take on e5. So
okay.
The question is, what's going on here? White should be doing great, no? Because knight takes, rook takes, and
well, I can also can I take on c5, or you might have queen c7. Well, it doesn't matter that much. I could take on c5 here.
Yeah, I mean, even something like this, just allowing carnage, allowing all the pieces to come into the position.
Yeah, it's also quite tempting.
No, this is going to end badly for Dominic Klinger, apparently a very young man, maybe a new hope for British chess, because we need new hopes.
But he's in trouble here in this game, certainly.
Yeah, he's gonna lose this.
And this was kind of the typical pawn sacrifice we mentioned earlier. Well, in a way, here just going e5, and especially after f5, with which black has weakness king further, it makes a lot of sense to just go here, get rid of the strong dark squared fianchetto bishop, even if it costs you a pawn. But now, well, either white can take on c5 or go d6 here, and this looks great. Like we pointed out, black cannot even really finish his development, and many options here in the position. Bishop to d5,
it's just,
knight to d5.
I can just tell you a bit. I've been on these kind of positions with black when I was young, way too much, and it's just not. There's just no practical chances for black here at all, because white can just play inaccurately and still be crushing.
And he has played d6
yeah,
just now.
I mean, it's just going to end really badly. So I expect a white win very quickly there. By the way, Mark Hebden did play rook e8, so.
So how does this work after bishop takes e5?
Well, I suppose after bishop e5, he's just going to go here, right, and just say, well, okay, it's just completely over. Rook takes e5, followed by bishop takes d4, queen f2. I mean,
too many things, too many weaknesses on the dark
everything
squares.
is pinned, and there's just
if you move knight d2 or knight c3.
Knight d2, rook takes e5.
Yeah, and on knight c3, just rook takes e5 still.
Probably this works in every line. Check.
Bishop takes d4.
And you're winning this, and
yeah, rook e2, queen f6 most likely. Yeah.
I mean, that isn't probably the most clinical, but it's gone. It's completely gone.
What about rook takes e5, just real quick?
Yeah, rook takes e5, probably he's just going to go queen f6, no? Rook
and
e8,
bishop d4,
d4, and king h1.
Yep.
And just take it, and
that's it.
That's it. So, very quick win for Mark. Some nice opening prep there by Mark.
I'm not, maybe.
Although maybe...
Who knows, really?
Yeah, it could be.
Because in this position, after knight takes e5, white plays f4 here, f6. Black has to go for this, otherwise if the knight moves, just rook e1. This is far from clear. And now you can just take with the rook on f2. The computer is giving this equal. But this is far from clear for me.
It's far from clear, but it's really not easy to play this with
probably
black, actually. Yeah. I mean, black's moves are really clear. E4, E3.
They're always like ideas on a long diagonal. And weak dark squares.
Yeah, I don't like. Maybe practically it's good. Let's quickly look at the Gormley game, because g4 h6, bishop h4.
Yeah, we said bishop takes f6, but a user in the chat said Negi recommended bishop h4 as well.
Oh, so wow.
Apparently, that's been a while. You won't find it.
I won't find it in the chat. Okay. I am looking at the chat, ladies and gentlemen. If you are here, I know there are a few people watching.
Oh, Danger Mao is pointing out there was an earlier Hepton game in that exact line.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
Well,
So
I'll take everything back.
Doesn't surprise me at all. Yeah. So bishop h4 given by Nagy. So that's very interesting what he has against g5. So b5, typical reaction by Gormani, and just a3. Yeah, that also
Seems
looks
a little bit
sensible.
slow. I think if you have to go, well, I don't know.
Maybe not. I don't know, because maybe you were just
Yeah.
forced to play it
I
with-
guess maybe it just
with
feels to me a little
no
bit slow.
knight e2 options. Maybe you are forced to play it. I don't know.
Well,
A-
sometimes you can just go bishop g2, still on e5, then after b4, and yeah, there's a lot of craziness, but oh
Yeah.
well.
a3, rook b8. Okay, that's curious. Why Danny didn't play bishop b7?
Yeah, I think it makes sense to
Yeah, rook b8 is kind of definitely
play
right.
b4 and open the b5 immediately.
No, he played bishop b7.
I think that makes sense. Yeah.
And we've got a position where you just expect the better player to win, right? Black's kind of fully mobilized. White, I feel, is not... I just have the feeling he doesn't quite know where to put his pieces.
Yeah, and honestly, I don't know what White is going to do next here.
Yeah, it's not clear at all what White does here, actually.
So can you think about e5? I mean, this is the move White likes to play, but of course you got to check if it works out. And it might work out. Why not? I don't see anything wrong with it, really. And of course, there's a lot of calculation that goes into this.
Yeah.
But yeah, d takes. If you take on g2 first, that doesn't work
So he
because
takes
of e
it.
takes f6, hitting the bishop, and then just grab the bishop next move. So d takes e5. Now I also have to take back if bishop takes b7. There's e takes d4. That's a problem. So d takes e5, f takes e5 seems rather forced, and now probably knight d5. Yeah, this seems to be a line that Black
Trying
has
to
to
make-
play. Knight d5.
No, but this looks really bad for Black.
Well, here bishop takes d5 and bishop takes e7, yeah?
Yeah, but I've got bishop d6, no? Bishop g2, bishop d6. Or bishop takes b4, even, whatever. I mean...
Yeah, this looks pretty bad.
This looks really bad. I
Well, yeah, we should play this better for Black, certainly.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's... Wow. Maybe takes. You have
Well,
to
if
go
knight d5
here.
isn't possible, well, if you have to play a
If
move
you-
like knight g8, then certainly things have gone wrong. Maybe things have gone wrong here for Gamali, even though he's
But I
playing-
mean, even knight g8, maybe you have to take on e7, because if here, which would be the move you'd want to play, this check is annoying. And here, queen takes c3.
Oops.
Oops. So, but I think from a practical point of view, you should just play e5 anyway, because you're really running out of ideas. And the worst thing you can do in these kind of Najdorfs with White in these
To wait around.
is wait around. You know,
Yeah.
you wait around. Black is the one who's got all of the ideas all the time. Black is the one who can improve easily. Black only needs two
Castle,
moves,
rook c8 or rook b8.
and it's just like impossible to defend this position. So you just have to go e5 here. Now I don't know Jeremy Fallowfield. Don't know if he's young, old, hairy or bald. It doesn't really matter. He's got to go e5, and because this, as you said,
This just seems to lose.
this
pretty
looks
much.
just. I
This is
mean,
just lost.
no, this is just completely lost. I mean, this is e6.
Yeah, it's just no.
It's just.
And e5 is on the board.
Wow,
and
he played it. Wow, and Danny snapped it off. So now it's curious after f takes e5 whether
he
he's
has to
going to
play
go
knight
knight
g8,
g8.
and he
Yeah.
will. I mean, knight h7 would be the only other move, but then you have to take again with the king on e7, something you don't
and
want
the
to do.
king on e7. Well, here it's at least something, but you're
Yeah,
always...
we could talk about it, but it looks very sketchy. So yeah, let's say bishop takes b7.
Mhm.
You have to take with the queen. After
Mm.
rook takes b7, there would be knight f5
Oof.
already. Queen takes b7.
Maybe knight f5 anyway.
Maybe knight f5 anyway. I mean, we can talk
Because-
about it, right?
Yeah, we could.
e6 or knight d5.
probably.
95 looks also. Oh, 95 looks great. Yeah.
Yeah, 95 and just probably
Take
this.
or
Yeah, just
E6.
these.
So take a
Queen
B4.
rookie 4 is a problem probably.
No,
Well,
I mean,
not
E
a
takes
problem.
D7
Yeah.
now.
I'm
This
just
is all
anything. It's
gone.
just gone.
It's just
Yeah,
gone.
it's just too much power.
So no, you need to play knight G8.
Yeah, so it's on Gormaliev, takes e5 on the board. Now Gormaliev has to be very careful, but he will play knight
You will
G8.
play knight G8. And yeah, like you pointed out, we would like to keep the bishops because this is kind of awkward right now. But the problem with bishop G3 is bishop G5 and cannot make that work really.
So you have to take on e7, knight takes e7. You probably have to take on b7. Well, maybe you don't, but...
Well, maybe you don't. Maybe you could play knight e4 here right away as well. But okay, let's say you take on b7, queen takes. Now knight e4, that looks like the way to go. Threatening knight d6.
Probably just
Castle.
castle. Knight e6 anyway.
Yeah, knight d6.
Queen b6.
Queen b6. Well, queen... Almost running out of moves with the rook after c3, rook a4. But
yeah, but somehow...
Okay, well...
It's weird, no? It's kind of...
Black has consolidated. The king is safe. And then I'm not too sure, honestly, for white. I'm wondering if we can do this better somehow. Yeah, I'd really not like to take on e7, but I have to. Yeah, knight g8 is on the board. This was pretty much the only move for black.
Yeah, it was the only move, wasn't it? Really. Yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
We'll see what happens. Very interesting game and well played, Jeremy Fallowfield so far because he's making Danny work. Keep your comments coming into the chat in Chess24. So send us any tweets you want at C24Live. That's C24 Live. You can follow Grandmaster Niclas Huschenbeth at GM __ Huschenbeth. My one is very easy, at Lawrence Trent IM. Please follow us and send us your tweets if you've got something you want to tell one of us directly. And
yeah, let's go to
another game. And Hebden has actually played Queen H4 after Bishop E5. I suppose it's the same thing as Queen F7, but this looks even better because Rook takes E5, Queen F2,
Bishop takes D4.
Bishop takes D4. It's just
resigned.
It's just massive resigns, isn't it, at the moment? So,
that's over.
That's over.
Happened having an easy game with the black piece after a very nice opening preparation. What happened here?
We saw the Arkle game D5, D6, and we said, well, probably white has to be quick.
G4.
Well, what we didn't expect was him to be a lunatic and go G4. Wow. I don't like that move at all. Doesn't make sense to me, actually.
You shouldn't play that many pawn moves in the opening. Usually, it's a rule of thumb.
Yeah. And Keith took advantage of playing C5, A3, knight f6, F3, E6, and Keith has got kind of a an E5.
Interesting.
Well, I'm not sure Keith has played this so convincingly here, knight c6, but you know,
I still like his position.
White's king's so open, isn't it?
Yeah, and black is so much better developed as well.
Yeah.
He can put maybe a knight on d4, and yeah. The question is, when will black win this pawn back? But I think it's just a matter of time. And you know, you castle, you play rook e8. Looks very nice.
Yeah,
very nice.
This pawn on g4 is really not doing white any favors at all.
Jill just played bishop g2.
But I mean, it's just castles.
Castles, knight g2. Well, we could just probably play rook e8 here for starters. but yeah. Maybe not.
Castles, bishop
Bishop
yeah,
c4 is
Bishop C4,
possible.
Yeah, I like that.
Problem is, white cannot move this bishop because if bishop takes.
Well, maybe he can do
Maybe he can. Maybe he should.
Maybe he should. Yeah.
Sacrifice the exchange like that, but just as an option for black to have. Yeah, I would say black has definitely compensation. The question is how much.
Well, we'll keep an eye on that. I should point out Roger de Coverley is disgusting for black. He's got 2 knights Amrant that bring comma and shunt.
And knight on the rim is dim. That was the German way of saying it.
They are both very dim knights. This knight being nicely blocked out of the game by the pawn on b3.
It's absolutely horrible.
And this knight can't ever move because there's always discoveries. Basically, this is losing for black, technically.
There's just no moves for black.
There's just no moves. It's just a case of how to play now. If you're Richard, what move would you play here?
I think I would go g4.
Yeah, that's exactly the move I was thinking about. Just going g4. Just stopping f5.
Because that would be black's next move.
Yeah.
So it's kind of prophylactic thinking here. What is black going to do? Black wants to go f5, maybe e4, right? So you just stop this. Now after f5 you just take, and really black is running out of any useful move. I mean, do you see any?
You probably
g6?
have to go here, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, probably something like this. But if you play g6 and then f5, you further weaken the 7th rank.
I'd probably go h4, yeah.
And then f5, h5, or?
Well, I was even thinking about going
just taking
g5.
g5.
Because
this is
something like this.
No,
I mean,
no.
now I've got f6 and your
And he has just played g4.
He played g4, yeah.
Yeah, because he's a good player, and it wasn't too difficult to spot.
No, Roger's... And the thing is, when you get this kind of position, with all due respect to Roger, very, very good player, but when you get it against somebody who's that much lower, they do get very disheartened very quickly. They find it very difficult to even play on here with any kind of ambition because you're just running out of moves.
It's just a very sad position for black, what can you say?
Yeah, it's
you just don't have any active counterplay, no hopes for anything.
Yeah.
It's just sad.
It seems as though so far there's no real...
upset in the making,
no.
you mean?
I'm just looking a bit further down because we have got some very strong players a bit further down. We've got Jovanka Huska playing, the top English female player, active at least, or semi-active, living in Norway. David Eggleston. We've got Peter Batchelor and Dietmar Kolbus is even playing.
A German.
A German. They even let the Germans play now. Can you believe this?
Amazing.
Now, Dietmar's been playing for years in this tournament. A resident, I believe, of Isle of Man, which is a British territory in the northwest. Well, it's an island, but in fact, there's going to be a tournament this year in October there. Very strong tournament. We've got Chris Duncan playing, who I saw very recently, in fact. Another strong FIDE master. Charlie Story. We got some real characters playing in the tournament this year. It'll be interesting to see what happens when one of these guys plays some of the stronger guys. Mickey Adams. We said here bishop d6. Rook d8, c5. Mickey's gone bishop e6 here, rather than going b6 straight away. So the question is, I mean, the first move I look at is f3, obviously. But maybe that gets countered by b6 now. Maybe that's a problem. Or is it a problem?
Could be.
Well, I can't take here, that's for sure. This is
pretty good for black.
This is pretty good for black. Yeah, because this pawn is weakened. Yeah, this is not pleasant. So you can't do that. So what do you do against b6 here?
Well, I could try rook fd1 again.
Rook fd1. And if I take? Isn't it the same thing?
Now I can just take, yeah?
Yeah.
Yes, that's pretty much the same thing. So most likely b6 is
maybe
the point.
This, no? Maybe this is the point. This is always the move.
This is always, yeah, something you need to check before you go b6. Mm-hmm. I mean, of course the line continues. Let's say rook. Where can we put the rook? Rook d7.
Rook d7.
Takes b6, takes b6, bishop takes, and now rook b8.
Yeah.
The bishop doesn't have that many squares, but
But
maybe
I mean,
it
I
doesn't
can
matter.
just go here.
Well, then I could probably play c5
And now I just take.
and takes d4.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm not
Okay.
probably white surviving, right?
No.
Well, I don't know. I'm very quick, no?
It's very concrete. Yeah. D takes c3.
Well, I mean, worst case scenario, I can probably go
Oh yeah.
here.
I want to play rook d2, rook b2,
Yeah,
but
you're not in time.
no, that's not a problem. F4 is
F4 is a problem, yeah.
It
F4
really
is
stops me. Okay. I mean, we were far ahead now, but
yeah, but
b6
actually,
is in a position, but you always need to deal with bishop c7.
yeah.
So this is still quite unclear. It seems.
Yeah, I instinctively I feel like white should still be doing okay. Rook fd1. Maybe just rook fd1 in the position. Why? What's going on here?
Not much. Probably he wants to go bishop c4.
Because here the problem is you probably can just do this. This is different because the d file is shut.
Oh no, I mean,
And-
this is completely fine for white.
Yeah. So
Completely fine, yeah.
so what's Mickey gonna do?
Bishop c4 most likely.
Bishop c4.
But yeah, let's say white just plays rook b1 or something like that, or f3.
I quite.
I'm not sure how
no.
much f3 is helping. I mean, I could always just react with f5. Yeah, but really, it doesn't look like
Doesn't look like anything.
has much or anything here.
I think the thing is with f3, you're not always obliged with white to take. It gives your king some room, which is quite nice in some lines. And actually, f5 is not really the move black wants to play
Yeah.
because
It weakens your
it
king
weakens
too.
your king. So
Yeah, that's true.
actually, I'll be honest with you. I think as white, I'd be quite comfortable not losing this against Mickey.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and that says a lot. That basically,
Okay.
yeah. If I'd be very comfortable with white here, just because there are just so many opposite color bishop endings that aren't harmful at all. So I don't know. I feel like Mickey probably. Well, he can't draw today. That is a disaster for Mickey, and knowing Mickey,
I
that
mean,
will. Yeah.
It's a long tournament, but still, he obviously doesn't want
he
to
can't.
draw
He
the
can't.
first
He
game.
can't. He can't draw today. Like
What's
this.
going with Gawain Jones? There have been a lot
Gawain
of
Jones.
exchanges.
Wow. What's going on? He is an exchange up, but
He will lose.
he will lose, but it looks as though he should be completely winning after a move like this. No, this to me looks
Well, completely winning.
well, not completely winning, but against a lower rated player, pawn up.
Honestly, this is not that clear to me. What
Oh,
happens
you want to
here?
go takes
And g5.
bishop g4 checked.
Well, you can still not take.
Ah, you've got mate. Oh my god, you're mating. Yeah, that's not
Try
good.
rook d6, but it seems to be more complicated than it ever needed to
Yeah,
be.
what happened? He was doing much better. Something went wrong for Gawain. 96.
So he played d5 like
Right.
you predicted. Now pawn takes, knight takes, and knight e6. G takes f5. And now we're getting into this position we're seeing here. All the pieces come off the board. Now you just play bishop d4 check. Okay.
Oh, you have to go king h1. Right.
Yeah, because of the king g2, black can
Well,
probably play
Yeah,
rook
king
e2.
f3, rook d e5. So king 8, rook d Rook d5 is
And then
keeps everything together. Where it's just you keep your exchange and the knight is trapped as well.
well, I can probably still try here, but but yeah, probably this is not that great.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying even here you can just do this, yeah.
Yeah,
Because
oh, the knight is
the
trapped,
knight is
right?
trapped.
Oh, that's what you're saying.
yeah,
Mhm.
so
This is game over.
yeah.
Okay.
Well, he can go knight a8, but it's
Okay, and now we don't need to look at this. Bishop d4, so you have to go king h1.
king h1, yeah. So now the question is maybe maybe you just go not clear. Yeah, this is on the board. This is on the board. Curious.
Okay, let's say you defend
And go c rook and g4.
g4. Is rook d6 an option, maybe?
No, it was now bishop f4.
Bishop f4, rook f6,
Yeah, bishop g4.
and rook g6. Oh, rook
Rook
takes
takes
f5
f5.
then.
h6.
Yeah, but this is,
But
like we
it's,
said, it's way more complicated than ever. Okay, this maybe doesn't work because of bishop e3,
yeah.
but yeah, this.
But it definitely.
He played
oh,
rook d6, so maybe that's what we missed.
Oh, he just wants. And if bishop f4.
So if now knight takes e8, again the knight would be awkward, to say the least. Here rook e6, knight c7, knight is in trouble.
Yeah.
Rook e7. And yeah, if you have to go to a8, then things are looking pretty grim. But bishop f4,
Yeah, that's the move I was first looking at.
well, probably similar story here. Just something like rook d6. You just not let white to exchange the knight against the rook. Well, white can still try. Oh, knight e8, okay. I can just move my rook.
Yeah.
No, and that's it.
Rook e6.
So have to take here. Well, at least now you cannot trap my knight immediately because I could escape by e6.
But bishop b6, knight a8. That's annoying.
Knight a8, you can play bishop d8. It looks pretty good.
Knight
Knight
e8.
e8 is possible, and then I think I'm way on my way to escape, but it might be still bad.
Yeah.
Well,
Might be.
if I take on a2, there's knight d6. But
Anyway,
even
this is.
okay, even this is not that clear. But we're pretty sure that Gawain will figure it out, but we also have the feeling there was some easier way to do it than what happened here.
What happened in the Hepton game? Queen h4 was played. We thought this was game over. Queen h4, g3.
Maybe he missed g3 a little bit.
Well, hold on. Let's just
mean-
have a think. We're not using the engine here, folks. I want to play this just because I'm sick. I love this kind of stuff. So let me just try this. Now, I don't know if I want to take on e1 first. Let's take here first. This is just probably not clear, yeah.
Well, I can also take back.
Oh, no, this is, no, rook f2, sorry. Yeah, he takes here,
Well, even rook f2 is not clear.
here. This is not clear, right?
But here it doesn't look like
No.
there's a follow-up.
It's not correct. So, he played
Queen g4, but hold on, is there anything else?
check, looks also very decent, no?
Yeah,
I mean,
of course. I
check,
mean, that was the whole
king
plan.
h1. But here, you know, I'm just so sick. I just have to look at that move, just because I've got an illness.
Well, I think I'll take.
Yeah.
And go back to h1.
Yeah, that's it's really unfortunate. Is there
It's
nothing?
a little bit too much.
Probably don't have to give up a whole queen, right? One for the queen g4, but even that, I mean, what was wrong with, like, queen h3.
Probably queen takes d4.
Rook f1. Takes. Queen g1. Queen takes d4. But I mean, even here, there feels
Bishop
like
g4, knight d2.
Bishop g4, knight d2. So we have to go here. Takes. Queen g1.
Yeah, and maybe miraculously it's just not more than a
Pawn
in the endgame, which is of course nice, but
maybe it is more than a pawn in the endgame, by the way. I mean, I'm just saying.
I think he has found a win, by the way.
He found a win, right? Yeah, it doesn't surprise
Queen
me.
g4.
Queen g4. So the point is that after bishop takes d4.
No, he took on e1.
He wants
Instead
to
of
take.
taking,
Right. He wants to do
queen
this.
f3 and bishop h3, and this is resigns.
Yeah, this is mate. Queen f2, queen d1. This is just mate. Yeah, he found the way, so clearly he had analysed it. That's nice.
Yeah, queen g4. And of course, if white takes on g4 first, then the bishop is pinned.
Yeah.
On the e-file, and it's also gone.
That's disgusting.
Okay. So Hepton will be one of the first, if not the first, winner.
Yeah.
In round 1, with an excellent opening preparation. Yeah, it seems like all the other games are still going on. We haven't checked in with Howell for a long time.
Yeah, and he's going at his standard slow pace. David is a time trouble addict. There's a lot of people that say, if he managed to eradicate that from his game, he would be consistently 2700. I feel like he plays very well in the time trouble, but
well, you cannot always avoid mistakes.
I feel like it's his impediment, but he's got an excellent position here. You would think he's got an excellent position. Maybe it's
knight b3 being played. Okay.
Maybe it's not that good.
Well, possibly after knight takes c5, white can just take on a5. Just grab that pawn.
Pawn grabber.
Learned from Jan.
Jan does love his free pawns.
Absolutely. And here after knight takes b3, well, you're just gonna take on d8 obviously, and now you're gonna be up a solid pawn. So that means black probably cannot take on c5. But if you have to play with like knight c6, that would be unfortunate.
Let me be me.
Yeah, just
no, you're just taking
b
here.
Well, or c takes b6.
Yeah, I want it to be.
Well, then you can also try with b6 immediately, if you want to go for this.
Sorry.
But
yeah, b6.
But I just play queen a3 and hit the pawn on e7.
Yeah, I understand.
Queen takes.
Yeah, I understand. Wait. Did I want to do this? What's this?
I don't think you want to do any of this.
It's not really a case of... Yeah, I don't think any of it works.
It's just too many pawns here.
Well, also the knight's hanging.
Yeah. So yeah, it looks like a good position for Howell, since black cannot regain the pawn if he has a... Oh, the pawn d5 is also hanging, by the way.
Yeah.
That's important.
This is kind of an issue as well.
So he has played knight takes c5, but I think the problem is here queen takes a5.
Maybe b6. No, I'm going crazy. It doesn't work, right? No, it doesn't.
No, the pawn e7 is hanging
Yeah.
again.
I keep on overlooking this.
Yeah. No, it just looks like an extra pawn for white. So Howell in a good position here.
Yeah. In Mickey Adams' game, Peter Shaw probably played the first bad move of the game. He played a3, which I really don't like. I understand he wants to get out of any bishop takes a2.
Yeah, that also weakens maybe b3 square.
Yeah, and this is where Mickey can start to take the initiative. He played bishop c4.
I mean, not a lot has happened, obviously, but...
I mean, even a position like this is... It's not easy to win this.
It is not.
Because maybe you should just take it.
But I think it will be one of those games where it just goes on for a long time, and in the end, he will grind out the win somehow.
It wouldn't surprise me at all. Nick Pert is doing wonderfully.
Also wonderfully grinding here.
Rook A7 was the last time we saw it. F6.
If you have to play a move like F6, then good night, sir. This is not.
This is just
great.
Horrific.
Oh, knight b3 even. He doesn't go into c6.
I mean, that's just such a typical Nick Pert move. Everybody and their dog would go knight c6 and try and checkmate the guy, but Nick just sees a pawn, wants to keep things. It might be even the best move. I don't know, but that's Niclas Pert for you, and he's completely winning, of course.
Yeah, just winning the pawn c5. Black doesn't have any counterplay. This will be effortless for him.
Any other major positions of...
Yeah, so far the favorites are doing pretty well.
Queen takes a4. Okay, this is something. We have missed something, it seems. We've been alerted to this. Here, if I take and go knight a4, that's actually very... Because knight takes b2 in all lines.
Knight takes b2 in all lines because of bishop takes c3 trick.
And this, this is comp.
That's important.
Yeah, this is real comp, because once this structure goes,
then
Black is doing fine. So maybe he won't take on a5 here, but
still, I mean, what? Okay, in the line you just said,
maybe he'll do something like this. Also makes sense because bishop e3 is in the position. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, possibly.
So,
not that clear.
No. Tamas Fodor looks completely winning.
This looks completely clear with an exchange up.
Actually, this is nice. Haha. Oh no, it doesn't work.
Well, you could play it and would probably still be just completely winning, yeah?
Yeah, but I missed the knight was covering h7.
Yeah.
That's my problem. I don't know, just
Queen h4 maybe?
Any move.
I just want to go knight f6, that's all.
Yeah, queen h4 or queen g5.
Well, queen h4, threat knight f6, rook takes h7 immediately.
Yeah, no, this is just...
And you might have a hard time defending against this here.
Yeah, I think Dominic is going to resign soon.
Queen c3 was played.
Quick. Queen c3. That's pretty decisive as well, right? I mean, that's just
decisive, yeah.
Knight e6, rook takes e6. Okay, so
rook takes e6. No, well, queen takes.
Oh no, wait, knight.
Well, I mean, this also works, I'm sure. Well, bishop takes e6. Well, yeah.
But anyway, he's not going to do
that.
No,
and queen takes is still possible.
What is he going to do? Queen
f6,
rook f8,
rook g7, something like this. Queen f6 looks good.
Queen f6, rook f8,
rook g7,
king h8, rook f7.
Yeah, okay. We all know that this is not going to end happily for Black.
Yeah, so that would be one. The Gormley game. This was perhaps one of the most interesting games of the round because we said that
sharp knight of game.
Yeah, and he played your line. We actually had this.
He really did.
And we had this as well on the board.
Yeah.
We looked at rook a4.
Somehow we had the queen on b6. Oh, we first played knight d6.
Right. So he played rook b6 straight away.
Yeah, interesting. I think I liked for Black though because it looks like Black is he's more so able to attack the white king, just play rook b8 and the b and the c file are half open against the white king, whereas for white it's not that easy. Probably go here g5 and you gotta be quick to open up fast.
You have to do
ideas
something.
Knight f6. That might be still really interesting, really sharp in fact. g5, to have this idea of knight f6.
So if I go here,
rook b8,
rook d2 or something, right?
Yeah, I need to defend this one, I assume.
Yeah, you have to defend that. If I can play rook takes b2 and lose, that's really saying something.
Okay.
He played it.
G5.
He's playing unbelievably well. This is exactly what
He's
you
putting
don't
up
want.
a good fight, but
Yeah.
the problem is he has only 10 minutes left
Wow,
against
he's got no time.
Gomali's 55, so that can be a huge factor in this game.
He's got no time. Well, there is increment.
Yeah, but
Move 22.
half a minute for such a sharp position. This is not good news.
King Crusher in the chat. Hello, King's Crusher. Mr. Gabriel. I haven't seen him in many a year. Hope he's doing well. Hello, King Crusher. Who else have we got in the chat? Jim West. Holy cannoli, what a position in Hal's game. Not quite.
Not the craziest
You think
position.
it'll be a draw? I think you're mad to think that'll be a draw. It's not going to be a draw just yet, I can tell you. Yes, King's Crusher. No more people in the chat, it seems. Please send us your comments. We'd love to hear from you.
And
Great game, though. This.
In fact, Fodo went down the exact line we just showed.
Oh,
Isn't that
okay.
funny? King G8 and
Yeah.
probably then Knight E7 would be my bet, but it's actually not. Well,
This is completely clear.
actually no. Knight E7 might be a mistake.
97.
Believe it or not, takes. And rook takes F7, and your rook is hanging on F4, and suddenly you have bungled it. That's quite unfortunate.
Well, I mean, yeah, but this would be
Okay, yeah, but
a
it's
technical task, but it's
some-
not winning, maybe even.
But he found a better
Ah,
way,
he
of
found-
course.
yeah, of
Rook
course.
takes F8, and
Yeah,
now
now
Knight
Knight
E7.
E7, right.
That's the way to go now.
Yeah. And Klinger can resign because
He even loses the
lose
knight
the
on
knight,
F4 as well.
right.
It's not like it matters, but just saying. Yeah.
So, yes, and Fodor has won, so a win. No surprises so far. Niclas, as we said, has taken on C5, and this just looks horrendous. Gawain has got the position.
Rook E5 is nice.
Yes.
The point is that after bishop takes E5, bishop takes E5, rook takes F5, just rook D1 check, and then picking up the knight on C7.
Right. Gawain still plays something a bit odd, though, at some point. I don't quite know what, but he played something that wasn't quite right. At least.
No, it looks like he's way on the swing.
No, he's still going to win, in my opinion. Richard Pert, we said this position was disgusting. It just looks even more disgusting now for black. So, expecting.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, this
That's
is horror.
just a gross.
Pure horror.
This knight. What is this pony doing out
Look
here?
how all the
Out
black
in the field on
all
its
the-
own.
all the black pieces are just bad. Like every single one. Rook on G8, rook on B6. This is so dominating.
Yeah, this is really something. There's normally at the British Championships we can double check, but normally there's a game of the day as well, so that's always nice. There's a
price.
game. I think there's a game of the tournament, but there's also a very nice sort of like £100 or £50 for game of the day.
Well,
so
I think Mark Hapton has good chances for
Mark
today.
might have, but also Jeremy Fallowfield. I would be
Well,
willing.
we'll see how this game develops. Honestly, I feel like he will not have enough time to really deal with the complications, to calculate all the crazy lines that are probably about to emerge in that game.
Yeah, I'm just looking at some other games. It looks like we've got a few more results further down.
Mm-hmm.
A few games are finishing up. And maybe a minor little surprise. No, White is still winning. Jack Rudd. Hold on a second. Jack Rudd is black. Jack Rudd, International Master Jack Rudd, very interesting character. Jack can play brilliantly, but can also sometimes play below his standard. What is going on here? Is it just winning for White after King E4? This looks very...
King 4 is F5 and King G7.
and then check and
Surprisingly.
King F6. Oh. King G... Well.
Well, after check, you can play Rook D7.
Oh my god, King E4 just loses, does it?
So that's what
Wow.
he's betting on.
Wow. king e4 loses to f5, king e5, and just king g7.
Threatening rook e1.
Threatening mate. And
There's no way out of it.
a check, just rook d7.
Mm-hmm.
Shit.
Well,
Wow. But even still, Harry Grieve only rated 1914.
he's putting up a good fight here.
Yeah. Probably
After
was
king
even
f2.
winning.
It's not that clear.
Wow. We'll see what happens there. Just scouring around the boards at the moment.
No, he just has
Oh,
played
he
king
played
e4.
king e4. Now, Jack...
With
as
an
you can-
hour on the clock.
Well, Jack is well known for playing almost instantaneously. He very
Oh,
rarely
really?
takes a long time. I don't think he's ever been in time trouble.
Maybe he'll just blitz out.
Oh,
No, he's
no,
played king
see,
d7
he played-
immediately.
Yeah, and this is
And
the
like you said, he
this
blitzed it out.
This is the problem with Jack. If he actually managed to think a bit longer, sometimes he would be an extremely strong player. But
So the difference now... Oh, hold on. Where are we? I lost it.
it's down here somewhere.
I just want to point out the difference. So
Yeah.
now after queen c7, rook d7,
There's a little check on e5.
there's a check,
Oh no, f6.
but f6, but maybe
Queen c3.
queen c3, getting the queen closer, pinning the pawn for now, and also
Yeah, now
you can maybe
the king
retreat to
can
e3.
come back. Yeah. Yeah, that looks okay for white.
He blitzed it out.
He just
and
blitzed it out.
missed-
Yeah, missed a winning
missed
position.
a win.
Yeah.
Yes.
This is why it's important to
Take your time if you have to time.
wow.
If you have time, you know.
Look at this in the David Howell game. This is just struggling. Rook c4. So David played takes
he
on
took
e4.
on e4, yeah.
And rook c4 by Kobe Kalavanen. Now, the fact that I don't know his name really indicates to me he's probably a young kid, especially the way he's playing. It feels like a youngster playing.
Okay, rook c4 makes a lot of sense. What is?
Well, I think he's just analysing something like this and
But
this.
what is happening here?
I don't know, it looks okay for black
This
to me.
looks okay. Bishop c5, just rook takes
Rook
e4, move
knight
to knight.
c6 and
Black's completely fine. But he's
So-
going for this. We're
What's-
missing. We must be missing something,
we?
surely.
why? Why are we missing something? Rook takes c4, d takes c4 on the board. Rook takes d8, rook takes d8 will be on the board inevitably very soon.
We must be missing something here.
Oh, we are. Are we? No, we're not.
Just knight d2.
Ah, knight d2. Just. Uh-huh.
Playing positional chess.
That's good. And then b5, bishop takes e7.
Oh, that's what we're missing.
Yeah. But still some work
That's-
to do because a sample line is, this you can't castle, so you have to go king
Well,
2, knight.
yeah.
But knight e5, knight d3 is
yeah.
not. It's not at all.
Well, yeah, probably can go bishop d4 here.
Bishop d4, knight d3.
Still knight d3. And there are also ideas for knight takes f2 suddenly, then, yeah.
Knight f2, exactly. So,
Yeah. This is still some work. Knight d2 is on the board,
David
of
did
course.
play knight d2.
That was his idea.
Mickey Adams has played b5 after, I think. b5.
So, okay, white can obviously not take en passant because rook takes d6. And now he's getting rid of this weakness of the pawn on b7. On the other hand, will be kind of difficult to get rid of this bishop on d6 as well.
Now I think I would seriously consider f3 as white.
Mm-hmm.
Because now my bishop is kind of never going anywhere. I would go f3. I think you have to go f5 pretty much.
Well, there's
Unless
also this idea. But I don't know if it's helping me.
Yeah,
anyway.
but I mean, then I can just trade and here I can take on e4. I mean,
Well, here with the active rook? Not sure, but...
oh, maybe I've misplayed this.
Well, then again, Maybe just a4.
Yeah, but I mean, I did misplay that anyway.
I don't know. Maybe still completely
But
fine
knight
for white.
e5 takes. Of course, I can.
We need to take on d8.
Yeah, but maybe I don't even have to take on e4 sometimes.
Maybe you can play bishop d4 here simply.
Bishop d4, bishop d6.
Yeah, I don't
bishop d6 was here, king
King
f2.
f2.
Yeah. And you know, here against a 2150,
This will be tough to win.
I'm not sure Mickey should be winning this even against a 2150, this position.
No, I don't think so.
Because
This will be
even
very
h2
tough.
is covered. I mean,
This will be very tough.
wow. I
No,
mean, this
okay,
could be
f3.
huge.
f3, so probably f5.
Yeah, but now I probably... Do I take or do I want to go... Do I... I mean, is this just insane or not? I don't know. Looks bad, 95. 95, I have to take... Yeah, no, g4's ridiculous. 95 is just really...
Yeah, this might be good for
No,
both.
g4's too much. I don't have to... Let's just be sensible. Let's take. And here... Of course, a4 is in the position, but ba4. Bishop can come to g4. Why do I... Well, rook f1 is in the air, 95 again. But all of these rook f1... I mean, even this... What's going on here?
Yeah, not much.
I mean, I'm going rook f5. I can double. I don't know if... I mean, clearly... You know...
Yeah, this is certainly not a simple win here for
And the important...
Adams.
The important thing is, like, even after f3, if, like, a move like knight b2 was played, that might be another idea.
Oh,
here.
yeah, knight b2, actually.
But rook d2, the important thing always to remember is that you never take this bishop and allow knight c4.
That'd be horrible.
That would be horrible. So in every spot, you have to take this, and if here, go king f2.
Mm-hmm.
And it's the same
And
thing.
you're fine.
And you know,
You're just
and
fine.
white is just fine. I mean, we might be here for a bit of a long time tonight because Mickey's not going to accept the draw.
No, of course not.
And he's going to try everything in the book. Wouldn't it be curious to see if Peter Shaw could pull off the result?
It
of
would
the...
be, but I can't really buy it yet.
Not yet.
We'll
he has
see.
to play some moves, but these are not. They're not super tricky
Yeah, I mean, there's
moves.
not much to do for white anyway.
Right. So Peter,
Let's check in with Gawain Jones. This is interesting. He is
Wow.
in this
Gawain.
situation with the rooks on e5 and d6, but he has
Looks like it's winning. Right?
an extra exchange. And
Interesting. He's
just
a bit.
needs to get out of it
He's
somehow.
a bit pinned. Bishop c5. Does it work?
Yeah, bishop c5 looks great.
Because bishop c5 takes, knight a8
Okay.
only move.
We don't have to look at this.
And
Black is up a pawn plus knight on a8. Yeah.
and the king can't even come in. So
So bishop c5 is just winning on the spot? Well, the rook can just move, yeah? Rook f1 or something like that.
that's
So
what
that
he's
might
gonna
be
do.
still
Yes.
a slight problem.
That's actually, this could be losing.
No, I mean, come on.
Why?
Oh, too many things to hang. Well, in the worst case, I could play bishop d4.
No, then you block with bishop f6, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
And then
but if I have
b5, and then.
yeah, but okay, I don't need to do this.
Yeah, that's bishop c5 is bad. So
Good idea.
So maybe you just have to play moves here with black, you know. But if
just
somehow, I mean, I don't know what Gawain did, but at some moment he was just completely winning. And then, yeah, this g takes f5 move on move 23 apparently was a blunder. So he's still winning somehow, but he...
He still has to put in some work, but yeah, there's no doubt. He will figure it out. He has more time. and clearly superior position still.
Wow, look at the Gormali game. This has got amazing. So we last saw it here, G5.
Mm-hmm.
He played knight D5,
Mm-hmm.
GH6 and G6. Okay. Knight D6, Queen C7 looks kind of normal. And
So wait, hold on. Could we have gone a little bit crazy, like after knight d5, knight f6?
yeah,
I mean, that's the move I would like to play, right?
yeah, but the problem is I think you just take and knight takes C3 looks. Queen G4 is mate. Oh my
There's
god.
a mate now.
There's a mate now.
But probably
Shit, beware of mate.
Knight f4,
Mm.
saving the day, putting a knight on g6.
Mm-hmm.
But I mean, you can still need to check this out. But now rook takes b2 is also there. But maybe let's do it smarter. Let's play rook g1 here.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Probably. Oh, king h7,
No,
rook
that looks
g7,
losing,
now,
yeah.
knight g6,
Queen H5.
and queen h5, and well, queen h5, still queen e4. But
Oh.
this looks very close to losing, yeah?
Rook D1. Rook G4. Anything. Oh, there's a check. There's
Rook
a check.
g4 is smart, yeah?
Queen E3 check.
Oh. Well, but it doesn't matter.
No, it does. Rook takes B2. Always. Probably offers something.
But
I mean, I would play rook takes B2 in the worst case.
okay, yeah, we're getting a little bit ahead.
No, but
Knight f6 is interesting, yeah?
yeah. Let's just see very quickly if there was this. No, it doesn't want it.
We'll just
It
try it
likes
out.
G takes H6, G6, and it didn't like knight D6, Queen C7, but now he thinks white's better.
Wow.
So amazing.
So there's some chances here, but once again, down to 4 minutes. That's
Yeah,
just
this
for
is-
60 moves. I mean,
It's too hard.
I have a hard time believing that he will pull
Yeah.
anything off here.
Me too.
Time is such a critical factor. Gotta have time to make the best moves, or to make close to the best moves, or at least not blunder. So
Interesting move by Kobe Kalavanen here. He played knight C6 immediately. We were looking at B5 with the idea it takes rook D7 and like
yeah,
this.
this looks interesting.
But knight C6 has some idea that after here he wants to go B5 and just go B4 and just claim that he's got some kind of like Grunfeld-esque comp for the pawn, which could very well be. Could actually very well be. I actually quite like black's position here.
Mm-hmm. Can I maybe go knight e3?
Go wherever you want. I think here I kick you.
Yeah, you probably kick me first, yeah?
Very important to kick you, I think.
Yeah, and then play b4. Because if black doesn't kick me,
Yeah.
then I can go knight e5.
Right. Even here F6, but
Yeah, but then, you know, I retreat, you don't pressure a pawn.
no, but even
Anymore.
there it's yeah,
Well, I
even
think
there.
now I'm up a pawn.
Yeah.
But yeah, first you kick me, and then... no, not here. Kick me again.
Maybe I don't even have to kick you. Maybe I can just kick you when you go knight D5.
Yeah, probably.
So here I just go B4, and if knight D5, I go G5, bishop G3, and I go E6. And
Yep.
who's
that's
who's
unfortunate.
better and why? You know.
Yeah.
Very interesting. Unless there's something we're clearly missing, which could be the case because this is where we start to get a bit tired. But
Yeah.
no, I don't know. I don't know.
Well, white could play positionally here. First of all, playing a4.
No,
stopping
but then you
b5.
allow knight E5.
Yeah, but maybe it's not that bad. Just
Yeah,
play
it
king
is.
e2.
No, but
No.
no. Yeah, I can't. I don't believe you should.
Well, and whenever you go knight d3, I take on c4.
No, I understand, but I feel I have a hard time. Yeah, maybe hold on. A4. A4 is of course kind of move David is.
Yeah, I think
probably
You
going to
would
play.
go for this because the alternative that the computer is giving is to take on c4 and then play knight b6, which allows white to probably retreat with the bishop to d2, let's say, after
Yeah.
h6. So that's why it's smarter than to put the knight on e3, and still it's the same idea as if black was to play b4, white could play knight d5, protect the pawn also, well, target this pawn, but most importantly here, black cannot get rid of this knight. So yeah, either one he will play, but yeah, a4 looks like a nice positional approach.
Yeah. Yeah, could very well be. Okay. Any other games that are extremely interesting? Trying to scroll down. Richard Pert looks very good. Keith Arkle looks very good. Justin Tan. Now, is this an... he's got... Something went very wrong here for white.
Yeah. I mean, you got what you wanted, right? The pressure against the weak c-pawn,
the
but
problem...
you paid a high price for it.
If this pawn weren't on the board, things would be very, very different.
So black is even up a pawn.
But black is up a pawn, and with kingside pressure, this is
terrible.
This is terrible. So Justin should win. Rigid Palliser. Well, this position is amazing for black as well. Pressure along these lines.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we won't focus there. We do have another win. David Eggleston has won his game against John Wager. So that's another win for one of the seeds for today. Don't see any... Wow. I was going to say I don't see any upsets. Charlie Story, who is rating favourite in his game, is worse against Lensos, who's got Ioannis Lensos, who looks very young indeed. Greek flag, so must be living in England.
Yeah,
studying.
must be resident.
Maybe grew up in England and got a great. I mean, this position is great for black. So Charlie Story, who is a very decent blitz player.
And some trouble here.
Yeah, I think this is trouble for white. There's a lot of things hanging. You can even give up exchanges, and black's got amazing play. So, and Queen C6. Now this Jack.
Now this idea probably again Rook D3, and following up with F5 might come.
Might just be mate.
Or also what I quite like is F5 immediately. King F3 and Rook D2. You still have King G3. Can still escape. Okay.
He played Rook 1 D2 immediately, which might be good.
Why not Rook D3? Probably white can still defend with something like Queen C5.
Right.
So Rook D2. Threatening F5 check now. Followed by checkmate. And most likely there's nothing white can do.
Well, maybe he has to go F5 himself.
Yeah. But it feels like you won't really escape the mating net here.
You want to go H4 and be disgusting, don't you? I think H4 is the move here. H4. Do it.
I want to go somewhere Rook D3. But yeah, H4 looks...
No, but what about just...
King G5?
Okay, Rook takes G2 check. It's covered. That's important. I was going Rook D4 mate at the end, but I mean,
It's Queen F6.
Yeah.
Yeah, it might be not as clear yet.
Well, look, feels winning somehow.
Yeah, he will win somehow, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's difficult. So Peter Shaw against Mick Adams. So after b5, he took on d3. I feel like that's premature. Might be okay, because yeah, after bishop takes d3, now f3 would be same kind of stuff. So Mickey took with e takes d3.
No, f3.
And f3 looks correct. And maybe he wants to go e4 and rush the king in.
Yeah, probably black will play something like f5 here.
I'm not sure. Actually, he will go f5. Because...
But if you don't play f5... Well, white could have played e4 right away, actually.
Yeah.
Well, this would be still very interesting.
Yeah, e4 looked like a good move. I didn't like taking, but...
Then again, still, I mean...
but I still see Mickey winning this position. Somehow.
Somehow,
You know, he can do things like rook d7, rook e8, rook e6, h5, rook g6, bring the king in, put some pawn up the board. And the danger of white's position is that if he goes passive, you know, he...
Yeah, he should probably do stuff like e4 and get the king closer and see what's happening there.
Maybe after f5 you can go e4 anyway, by the way. Because...
Just put the pawn on e5.
This... but then you give... Yeah, but...
These positions are so tricky.
They are really... But, you know, you put the rook on d2 and rook on f1 and it's... How do you... You have to break through this way. But I don't see a breakthrough, even. I don't know what's happening here.
This will not be an easy win. This could be a lot of work for Adams.
Yeah.
For sure.
Wow, and now Danny, look at this one. This for me has been the most exciting game, just because it's been so close. 96.
Well, I told you, I think white is just going down. I mean, 30.
Is he just losing now after
maybe
9
just blundered, and that's just what happens when you're below like 2-3 minutes. And Fallowfield, if we can believe our clocks, is down to 37 seconds. So that's bad news for him.
Hold on, but rook takes e5? What's your move? Because this...
Rook takes e6, but still have queen f4 and queen takes h6 in the worst case, yeah?
Yeah. But that looks...
Oh, it still continues with knight f5 then?
Yeah, that looks... So he took on e5. So now Danny will want to not think for too long here, because...
then again, he wants to make the right choice. He can also take with the rook.
Yeah, well, I think he has to take with the rook, probably. If you, and now here?
Okay, I take.
No, you can't take that. I'm going mad. No, he'll take with the rook. He'll take with the rook, that's what...
No, you can take on...
I can take?
You can consider it at least. Queen take g6 and rook g1.
Oh my god.
Crazy stuff. The rook g7.
Queen g7. What rook d7, right? What, and now this or something? No, and now...
rook h5.
Rook h5? I don't get that at all.
To threaten queen g7.
Oh my god.
But it doesn't work.
No, that doesn't feel...
Well, how do you defend against... I mean, just out of curiosity. I mean, you can put a queen f4 check in.
Yeah.
But king in b1? No, knight takes c3 probably,
for
yeah?
sure. For sure.
Oh man. That's so unfortunate.
It always exists.
Happens, yeah?
This is just mate. The queen comes this way or this way.
Yeah,
It's just...
It's so unfortunate.
So Danny will take rook takes d6. And if I was white here with 30 seconds left, what would I do? I'd play this move. No, I wouldn't play that. Yeah, I would.
Maybe?
No, I'd play this move.
G1. Or h4, yeah. Yeah, still looks pretty promising actually for white.
Probably knight e3 is a problem or something.
Knight e3? What knight e3 takes?
Oh,
Knight b4 maybe.
knight b4.
No. C
No.
takes before. Knight f4.
Knight f4
Looks a little bit loose on f4. Queen e4, yeah?
Unfortunately for black, there's no knight.
Queen takes
E2.
e5 though.
Uh-oh!
There's gotta be some fork
Ooh.
somewhere.
Oh, that's
Very
nasty.
unfortunate.
Yeah, and that is such a nasty move.
Yeah.
With
Maybe you should just play king b1 just to be on the safe side.
yeah,
here.
maybe. Doesn't look clear, does it?
Well, but the problem is the time. That's the main problem here for black. For
Yeah.
white, 37 seconds. If we
Oof.
can trust our clocks.
Matthew Basie asks, Lawrence and Niclas, have you ever played against each other? We haven't.
Only
Just
online.
some blitz
Yeah.
where Niclas normally.
No, we haven't played in many tournaments together. Just like
No.
St. Pauli twice or something like that.
No, we're both retired now, so.
Yeah, we're both retired, so just won't happen.
The Dark Horde says Trent is a C24 legend.
No, not
Correct.
Not only C24.
Correct. No, just a C24.
So humble.
Let's not get ahead of ourselves.
And Howell has played a4. He's going for a positional approach, and I think he'll just grind out the win here.
King e2, king f8, something like this. Don't know. Yes, he will win, but the thing is, this kind of stuff. If I ever take on a4, the queen side collapses. I've got bishop takes c3. I've got a million.
Yeah, maybe I won't. I don't want to go f4.
No, you probably won't go f4. So what do you do? Rook b1 or something like that?
Well, rook b1
Yeah, it's just very deep.
to go what?
I don't know. Just prophylact. Maybe I just.
Well, but then still the same idea. Knight d3, knight c5. I mean, I have to react to this in some way, huh? So I could just play f3 here if I want to.
Yeah, f3.
Be
something like that.
prophylactic.
That's the sort of way David would play. He played king e2, so it's now to Kobe. Kobe's playing. It's a very decent game as well by black here. Very decent.
Let's take a brief tour and then take a little break so we're in time back for the time trouble.
Okay.
What
Danny
is
did
going
take
on?
d6 with the rook, so maybe we should just stay here for the minute if the clocks are accurate.
Yeah.
Just because this is really very exciting.
He has to make a move quickly. Will he sacrifice on e6 or do something
No.
else?
Oh,
Rook
he did
takes
it.
e6.
Wow.
Well, that was not the move we looked at. We looked
Wow.
at knight takes e6 and rook takes e6.
She.
Might as well also lead to some crazy positions.
Well, because you can't go f takes. Well, if you can't go f takes, that's amazing. Check. And knight e6.
This is the line that I looked at from the computer.
Rook d7. Queen f4 check is a problem. Yeah, that's.
I mean, here you must be
No, rook f1.
checkmated,
is-
like knight e2, knight a2, I don't know.
Wow. Rook takes e6. Balls. I like
Well,
it.
what else, yeah? At this point, queen g7 is a threat, so you need to do this. Well, rook d7, rook d5 or something like that.
Rook d7, knight takes e7 is also.
Yeah.
You know, you can take queens here.
You need to take.
Yeah, you need to take.
Okay, what you need to see is here. Well, this is not too
I
difficult
mean, he'll
to
see
figure
that
out.
in a heartbeat.
But why is this not completely winning? Okay, white can go into the endgame here. With queen d7.
Oh my god! Actually, that ending's probably a draw. That's a draw. This is a draw. Yeah, but this is just there is just no way you can hold. I think because like if I just do this, par exemple, Yeah, you can.
Rook f6. Rook h6. Why would?
Oh no, wait. Wait.
Maybe you just bring your king closer now or something. King
Maybe I don't. Hold on. This requires some thought.
Yeah. Looks like white is very close.
Feels like a draw to me. It really feels like a draw.
You should probably activate your king, for starters.
Yeah, but it's... Yeah, I mean, even if I went on a kamikaze mission with this, right, and I just allowed you to win pawns and did this, just give up everything and go here. What? This just looks like... No? Or...
Yeah.
Or maybe you have some...
I don't know.
Some tricks and...
I don't know.
don't
I really don't know. But looks like that.
Well, if that's the
Follow
best line,
field
I mean, if he finds
still has
that,
chance.
that's just unbelievable.
Oh, what happened?
It's okay.
Okay. No, we will go down this line. I mean, this is all forced.
Yeah. And he'll gain some time on the clock, which is important.
Yeah, we'll go down this line here for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, but really looks like knight takes c3 is the best
Wow.
black can do.
Wow.
Of course, we can look at other moves here as well, but like then again, white gets the same position.
But he has to see queen d7. It's not so easy to see.
He'll see.
Hold on, knight f4. You've also got queen takes a6, huh? I mean,
Yeah,
if I can get rid of that pawn with your knight on f4, I'm...
I think then yeah.
Actually, is white winning there?
Nah. But okay. Now knight takes c3 has to be played. So this is the current position.
This is
on
on the board.
Rook g1. This just queen f4 check doesn't make sense.
Yeah, I think he should just take on e6.
He will.
But he has to, he will, but after knight takes c3, he has to, this is scary to see when you've got 40 seconds left on the clock.
Yeah, he should make a move quickly here. So he has more than 40 seconds.
But queen d7 is not trivial to see in my
Yeah,
opinion.
you also have to check this
like
one, man.
queen f4 and then...
You have to check queen f4 for sure. But after king c2, black doesn't have a good follow-up. That's the important point.
That's unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, queen d7
I don't
is
think
a
he's
tough
going to
move
see
to
it.
see.
I don't think he's going to see it. That's my guess. I think it's too much.
It's down to 15 seconds or
Yeah.
less. He took.
He took on e6. All right.
Alright.
Now Gormali should blitz out knight takes c3 here, because nothing else makes sense.
Yeah. We shall see.
Wow, what a game! Fair play to Jeremy Fallowfield. Let's see if we can bring his picture up. Maybe he's... Oh no, he hasn't got a picture.
Nope.
Do you think he's a youngster? Jeremy Fallowfield.
Nope, not quite. Born 1984.
No, just an old man like me. Wow. Never heard of him. So, interesting to see if he does this. Mickey now is kind of gaining some... Well, I don't know.
Well, he's definitely gaining some space, but it's still not easy to win.
I
this.
think he's still going to win.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely think this the whole time. But,
Yeah, and White's just going to pass now forever. He's going to go here, here, and back. He's got no moves. Actually, Black can't.
it's not easy to break through.
How do you break through here?
I don't know. Maybe, well, you know, he'll improve slowly and then hopefully find some ways.
He's still going to win, isn't he?
He is.
He
gonna
is.
win.
He is still going to win. Gormali has not taken on c3 yet. Ems is... Well, it doesn't look like John has made that much out of his position, if I'm honest.
No, we haven't checked in with him for a while.
But this looks like should be fine for Black.
Hmm.
I mean, when
Yeah,
you
where
give up
did
the dark
where
square
did
bishop,
dark square bishop
I
go?
mean, when you give that up and you have these weaknesses on the king's side, I actually prefer Black here.
Mm-hmm. Me too.
So I don't know what John has done, but that's not good for him. Richard Pert hasn't won yet, but it looks like
he's about to.
2 pawns. Yeah, that's winning. Justin Tan is winning. Chris Ward, we haven't checked in with Chris. He is turning the screw nicely here, isn't he, with white? This also looks very painful for Roman Mitra, so don't expect anything there. Yes. Well.
Yeah, I think we go on a short little break.
Should we go on a break? Are we?
I think O'Malley might thank you for a while because he's spotting Queen D7, and he's wondering if he has anything better.
Okay. All right. Let's take a little breather then, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to be right back for what will be the crucial phase of this round, because it's a time trouble phase, and this is where most players will be getting very close to time trouble. So we'll be back, and don't go anywhere.
All right.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Chess 24. This is round 1 of the British Championships 2016. I'm Lawrence Trent. He's Niclas Huschenbeth, Grossmeister. And we are watching a few Grossmeisters, aren't we?
Yes.
One Grossmeister we're watching is Gawain Jones. He's very good and he looks like he is completely winning. This doesn't look too exciting, but the big shock of the day, potentially shock of the day, was in this position, and poor old Jeremy Fallowfield, so close to playing a great game against Grandmaster Danny Gormally. In this position here,
Queen d6 probably.
Queen d6
or Queen d7.
Queen d7 looked as though it would actually hold the draw, because we would get the kind of...
Well, in this position, white even wins the pawn a6 immediately.
Well, he can go here, check, and knight b4.
Okay, yeah.
And he can hold the pawn. Oh, that's mate. I should point out. Let's not blunder mate.
Probably don't need to go to b1 after knight a2 check.
Probably here is to activate the king, and it should be a draw, in my opinion, because there's just no way to win these pawns on the king side ever and keep the a pawn. And rook versus rook and knight is an easy draw. So, but poor Jeremy Fallowfield made a huge mistake with rook d7. Now it's easily winning for black after the simple knight e2 check. Because if the king comes to d2, queen c1, king takes e2, and queen f1.
That's just too many checks. Yeah.
And the rook is just coming in with...
just too much. Way too much.
Too many checks. And Gormally!
Well, queen f4 also.
Does it win? Why?
I don't know.
It might still win. It might still win. But knight e2 was just end of game. Knight e4, something like this was... Yeah, this is still... There's no... The problem is
No
White's queen doesn't move like a knight and can't go to g7. Yeah, he's still going to win this.
But the game between Jill and Arkle looks pretty unclear to me.
Wow.
Oh wait, hold on. Is black just winning a piece right now? Then never mind.
Yeah, that looks winning actually. And things have got severely better also for John Ems, who a few moves ago around here looked as though he was just not doing that great. Queen c2. Why knight h5? I don't get that. Oh. No.
You should not.
No.
You should not just exchange your dark squared bishop.
This dark square bishop is the lifeblood of this position. I mean...
He was afraid of knight g4, knight
yeah,
d5.
but I mean, he shouldn't have gone knight h5. That just looks so wrong. I mean, you can do a load of things here, but just not knight h5. Yeah, and unfortunately, this is what happens in the first round. Niclas, the lower rated players, they lose their way against the grandmasters.
Even though he was holding his own for a long time, the black player here.
But now it looks... Actually, that's just... He has to take... No, it's finished.
He has to take on d3.
Rook takes.
And now this is the perfect configuration for white.
No, but he wins knight takes d7 is just...
Oh, he wins the pawn e6.
And d5.
And d5.
Yeah, that's going to be...
That's a good point you're making here.
Yeah.
Even though
I'd
think
flick
about
in rook
twice.
No, I'd go rook f3 here. Rook f3 first and then take on d5.
Yep, that's 2 pawns for Mr. Ems. That's game over.
Right. So, looks as though, yeah. And Mickey. So, Mickey is... This
is the one game where we're saying, okay...
But there was just a position here where...
closest to an upset.
But why didn't white go rook d2? Because after bishop b3, rook d2...
No, black can put the bishop on c2.
And this rook is completely trapped. And...
Yeah, that was certainly an improvement for black.
Yeah, now I really think Mickey should win this game.
Yeah, could you imagine something like, just to illustrate, king coming in somehow, right? You move the rook out of the way and then the king is coming. You know, with the rook here on d2, black could get to d5, but that's it with the king. You couldn't imagine a king on d5. But whenever a bishop moves, obviously white can take on d3.
Yeah.
I mean, this might be the winning attempt then, but
slight inaccuracy there by Peter has let him really let his position get a lot worse. He went 2-2 passive, and I expect Mickey to win. Niclas has already won this game, which is just a non-event really. Carl didn't get out the traps, and
actually, I'm still curious about this game.
Yeah, because here rook e1.
Rook e1.
And the rook comes down. So knight d5, okay.
But, well, black can just take on d5 and take on d7, though. And this looks pretty good.
Yeah.
Or take on b2.
You can just take on b2. That also looks very, very simple, doesn't it? Yeah. This looks like it's going Keith's way. Roger de Coverley is being a bit, well,
out of pawns.
He's out of pawns and
out of position.
Horrible. Ugh, this looks gross for black as well. This position here, you can't ever get your pieces in the game. I mean, knight a5, just...
Knight c, bishop c5, knight c5, all these moves are in a position.
Yeah. I just want to cover this guy because this is horrendous.
What's Justin Tun doing?
Justin
He has two protected pass pawns on the sides of the board.
Look at that. That's cute.
Unusual, right?
That is very unusual. I don't recall ever having that.
He still needs to win it, though.
Yeah, but with this weak pawn and yeah, I mean there are just a million ways to win this, I suppose. He's gonna. What he wants to do is he wants to put the king on d7.
Yeah, he wants to protect
and go rook e4. And then if f3 can go check. So I'll put it on the board for our...
But, well, you know... Okay, viewers. I'll show you my defend... I want to play rook c2 here.
Rook c2, rook e4.
And then king h3.
Okay.
If you check, I just go king g2 back.
Okay. And if I pass, somehow?
Well, I think I can pass. I'll play my other rook back.
Oh, you're going to pass like this?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean... Honestly, this is not that clear.
It is clear.
Well...
It wins somehow. I just know it wins. Like, even if I did this...
Okay, what's your plan?
I want to go here. You're going to go rook a3?
Yeah.
Surely not. I mean, this is ridiculous. And if I pass... You
can play rook h8. Well, I mean, I can always pass.
Ah, rook h8, yeah. Rook h8. Rook h8 is
well, I mean, okay, in this position already. Can go rook a1.
Yeah, but I'll distract you.
Well, then I take.
No, but now I go here. Ah, king h...
Even king h2 or king g2.
Yeah, I don't
I'd be better here.
This is insane. This has got to be just completely
I don't
winning.
know, actually.
Of course it is. We just...
I don't know.
Of course it's completely winning. Yeah, it's just...
I think
of course...
The computer doesn't realize, trust me. The computer doesn't realize, just sees the protected pawns.
Maybe it's a draw.
Well, maybe there is some way.
I think there's a way. There's got to be a way. It's just not... Humanity would be just doomed. And Danny Gormally has won, by the way. He managed to play queen f2 and win either a rook or a queen. So
yeah, I think Fellowfield's downfall really was due to his bad time management, where he, in a critical position, he just didn't have enough time to calculate all the necessary moves, and that was it.
Agreed.
Richard Palliser has sacrificed a piece, but for a bunch of pawns.
Wow. Looks good somehow, but...
How good is it, yeah?
Well, he's got a draw in hand, but he won't want that.
Of course, he wants more than a draw.
Interesting.
Yeah, I mean, if black goes into the endgame, plays d4, I think he might have good chances.
David Howell is in massive time trouble. What a surprise, apparently. Let's go to David's game. How long has he actually got? One of the big favourites of the tournament, David. Apparently he's got...
but I'm not concerned about David at all.
Apparently he's got
I'm
no
sure
time.
he hasn't lost on time.
Yeah. Wow, they're only on move 23, though.
Yeah, but the position is not that difficult to play for David, so... All you David fans out there, don't worry.
And there are a lot of them, let me tell you. There are a lot of David Howell fans out there in this world.
Gawain Jones about to win, or what's happening here?
Looks very good.
Still not over though.
No.
Bishop G1, King H4 still.
Bishop G1, King H4. And the game continues.
The game continues indeed.
No, maybe not Bishop G1. Why not just a sensible move? Like
Rook D6?
No.
That's a little bit passive.
That's too passive. We don't play moves like Rook D6 in England.
Okay, well...
We just don't play those kinds of moves.
What do you want to do?
Where I'm from, my friend.
What do you want to do?
Okay, I'm
going to take your pawn. I'm going to take your pawn, play knight c5, and we can do. We can make a draw.
We can make a draw if I play. I could even lose if I play what I intended to. We don't play Rook D6 where I'm from.
I think you need to play Rook D6.
You might play Rook D6 in Hamburg or in, in Dortmund, but we don't play Rook D6. It's just not in our DNA.
Okay.
What about if I will try and win this pawn?
Okay, that's probably a better try than Rook D6.
But you've still got your damn...
Well, you don't have to take. Now you play Rook C4.
Oh, now I have it. No, this is nonsense.
Yeah, this is just winning.
This is just knights against A pawns.
It's just always game over, pretty much.
Especially with the bishop.
Yeah. So Rook A2.
Yeah.
Probably is the move.
Rook A2. Yeah, we just don't defend pawns where I'm from.
Okay, what if I...
Rook C4 looks sensible.
Yeah, but... Okay, let's say Rook C4, yeah. Because the question is, how are you going to make progress here? Yeah, somehow Gawain is just not finishing off the job.
Yeah.
His opponent is still in the game, still fighting. Yeah, I mean... Of course, all the favorites have a huge rating advantage, but still have to beat those guys. No matter what.
You gotta beat them. It's never 100%.
It's never easy.
No. Let's check out the chat. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, please send us your messages and comments in the chat. Also, you can send
Hashtag C24 live.
Yep. Hashtag C24
Well,
live.
that being said, we should check the Twitters
We'll
here.
get the Twitter up,
Because
shall we?
maybe there have been thousands of tweets and we haven't even checked.
Well, Let's get some.
Let's do this real quick. Probably have been missing all the tweets. Just put in hashtag C24. Yeah, there.
All right, let's see. Apparently, Jeremy Fallowfield, who nearly took a big result off of Danny Gormley, is an amazing guitarist. There you go.
I didn't know that. Alright, I think that's more or less.
Svidler has drawn against Maxime Vachier-Lagrave in his first classical game, but we're not really. We don't talk about people like Maxime Vachier-Lagrave and Peter Svidler. They're just not quite as the elite that we're looking for on this program.
Yeah.
Give me Jeremy Fallowfield any day.
Russell Rose, happy to see you back commentating in
Thanks, Russell.
Studio.
It's nice to be here. It's been such a long time, actually, since I commentated.
And there's a question by Apotheosis.
Very
Mason.
important question. Very important.
I hope you can answer it because I can't.
Where's Jonathan Hawkins this year? The defending champion decided not to come back. I've got no idea. Ladies and gentlemen, whoever is watching, perhaps anybody on the ground there, please let us know. Where is Jonathan Hawkins? Who is an amazing story because he recently became a grandmaster, but he's very old. I mean, not old, but he's in his 30s, and he was
very old.
No, but he was 2300 or 2200 when he was in his mid 20s or something like that. So he actually became a grandmaster very late, and has written an excellent book. So it would be curious to know, where is Jonathan Hawkins this year? Very curious to know that.
All right.
So
send us more tweets.
Send us more tweets. Hashtag
questions,
C24.
or if you know the answer to our question right now, where is Jonathan Hawkins? Or maybe Mr. Hawkins is watching himself right now. You can also tweet us that.
Apparently, David Howe's got about 50 seconds, as has his opponent.
Okay.
But this
That's
position
plenty of time.
I mean, I feel David's going to win, but he definitely has not impressed me in this game.
He's not impressed, but the first round of a tournament, it's
Yeah.
always a little bit tricky. You're not maybe yet in the playing mood or in the right feel, and it takes some time to get started in the tournament. He won't care how he wins, as long as he wins. And yeah, John Ems has won his game by now.
Mm-hmm.
And
Peter
both
Wells
games-
has also won, so that's a win for GM Peter Wells. And so no.
Oh, but in the ton game, it looks like Houston didn't choose that setup. Unfortunately, he played F3, which looks like a weakness. And no.
Well,
Yeah, I think he will. He might go down. Well, H3, H2 is coming, yeah?
well, Rook F2.
Okay. Well, maybe I was speaking too
H3,
quickly.
King H2.
Now Rook F6 though, yeah?
You want to do this, no?
Yeah, now I come in. And once I come in, I think you're in trouble.
Yeah, because you come round the mountain. Yeah, I think.
Well, this still continues. I mean, King G3, let's say.
H2.
And then Rook C1. And now you gotta send the other one, kind of.
Yeah, I just go A3. Send the other boy. Send them both down the board.
But then, I might just play something like this.
A2.
Okay. This is so funny.
I mean, white shouldn't be able to hold everything here.
But okay, what is your threat?
My threat?
Rook H6, yeah? Rook H6 is a threat.
Yeah. I have a million threats. Yeah. It's just not holdable, I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure of it. Mickey Adams.
King f6. What does he have in mind though? I expected him to go king f7, move the rook, and then bring the king via e6, d5, c4. But now the rook is in the way, so you cannot move it unless you sacrifice it. But
I think the problem is also, hold on, what's your configuration? You want to go like, let's say I go here, let's just go
king
back.
f7.
Okay, you'll
Move the rook.
Where?
g6.
Okay.
King e6.
E4?
So that might be a problem, yeah? Did you go e4? Yeah.
Who's better and why? Black
Well,
is
I think black is always better. But yeah. Probably that's the problem. Yeah. That when black plays king e6, white plays e4.
So he's trying to zug.
What is his plan then?
He's trying to zug him somehow.
Oh, Zugzwang? Might be an issue, yeah? At some point.
I think what he wants to do is this. If bishop c7, he wants to go king e7 and put the king on d7. Because bishop g3, there's always rook takes e3 or f4 in the position.
f4 is strong here, yeah.
So you would have to move. This might be Zugzwang.
Well, but maybe it's mutual.
Why?
Oh no, you can always move king d8.
Yeah.
Or king c8 rather, to take away the b8 square. Okay, let's say I do this.
King c8?
If I play bishop h2, you still play f4. Or
Yeah.
Well,
f4, e4.
I can go g3.
Okay.
Maybe you can go h5 first or something like that. That's kind of funny. I mean, I can also think about something like f4.
I think at some point you do have to consider f4.
Probably. But this allows, some options. Maybe. And also, of course, weakens light squares even more. And then, yeah, eventually the king will come in. And then, all the pawns will fall here. So I think f4 is just probably losing.
Unless you do it now.
Right here?
Yeah.
What's the difference? Just go g4.
Now bishop e5 check.
Wait. How about I go rook e4?
Yeah, bishop e5, you're going to go rook e...
No, I just come.
Okay, bishop d4.
Yeah, but I'm just coming.
You're just coming.
This is unstoppable. I can tell you, this is game over.
Unstoppable.
In some way or the other.
Okay, I don't want to do this, you're right. So, king f6.
Yeah, but you're right, it probably will come down to some kind of Zugzwang. And then Adams will take it. Oh, h3, h4 on the board.
H,
Wait,
h5,
so someone
h4.
moves.
So,
h5, h4.
the computer doesn't see...
I think after king e7, white can play e4 again. Simon Williams is...
Yeah, where is Simon this year? It's sad to see the British Championships. It's good to see that this year Mickey, David, Gawain and so on. But we're missing so many players, and I think the big problem is, of course, there's always been a problem with funding in England. When you compare the US, for example, who have now got amazing resources, compared to England, it's really sad. And the reality is a lot of these players, I think the Grandmasters maybe got some starter fee, but I know for sure that, if I were to play and I'd be number 7 seed, I wouldn't get any kind of help, no expenses at all. And you'll do £1,000 on expenses, on accommodation alone, then you've got costs, let's call it 1,500, yeah? If it's whatever it is, 1,500, suddenly you have to come third to break even or something, and Gawain, Mickey, and David are there. So you just think, well, I'm just going to play rather than, and that's really sad. You shouldn't really be going to the tournament making a loss as one of the top seeds. So Luke is not there, McShane, because Luke also has a job. Nigel, of course, is not there. Question by Rudy: will I play Bunratty 2017? I don't know yet.
What's Bunratty?
It's in Ireland. It's a beautiful little tournament in Ireland. Great fun. It's a really social tournament more than anything, but we'll see. And yeah, as Tobone says correctly, English tourist spots are very expensive in the summer. 2 weeks, because this is a 2-week tournament essentially, 11 rounds with rest days.
It is long.
If you're looking at 2 weeks, that's very expensive in the summertime. So the cost overall is just insane for a lot of people, and as a result, it puts people off. That's probably why Simon Williams didn't play and others. However, I'm pretty certain Mickey, David, and Gawain got some kind of support financially to play, and probably a bit more. All right. Any other games? Chris Ward looks like mate. Looks like he's going to checkmate the guy here. King G4.
Queen G7.
Queen G7.
And there's the mate.
Is checkmate. So that's mate. Justin Tan has broken through.
Yeah.
Now it all collapses.
So what did White do? He played E4. No.
No. You can't play E4 here. You have to hold tight. But I think
hold the door.
Hold the door. Exactly. Peter Wells, we said it was already one. Richard Palliser. Richard Palliser's not having everything go his own way today.
This is not that clear, I think. I was wondering about just going into your endgame here and playing D4. White has to take. And then to play this position as rook D2 right now.
So rook E2.
So rook E2, and now, okay, well, your knight is pretty passive, and then I'm just going to push my pawns. And I might have good chances.
Feels like there could be something, but with the knight, it's always a good defender. It can always give itself for 2 pawns as well.
Yeah,
so like,
I think this is excellent winning chances for black.
So like, let's say here, and I were to go, let's say rook C2. You go here. I can go knight E2, let's say.
Yeah, probably go rook G4, something like that.
Rook G4.
Yeah.
Rook C3. I exchange, and I don't know.
Of course,
there are loads of rook and pawns. Remember, there's a chance I get all of, and even rook versus F and H is a draw, right? So this shouldn't be winning, I don't think.
I think black has good chance, but the question is if there's anything else here to do. Because if you don't exchange queens, what do you do? Like queen F4, well, white has plenty of choices. Queen E3, rook E3, queen D4 even. No, queen D4 is not good.
No, queen E3 looks sensible.
Yeah. And because your rook is not in the game.
Yeah, at some point you have to.
Well, maybe here. Okay.
No, king G2. No,
G4.
take it. I'll mate you. I don't mate you, but I'm giving away too many checks.
You mate me. But you could play rook E8 here, which would be probably a good idea.
Yeah.
So king G7.
Queen E5?
Oh, queen E5. Yeah, this went too far. And
so
if I take, then you just take and play
queen E5.
Queen E5 and
Queen
take the
takes
D4 pawn.
Oh, then queen G5 checks. So we'll go C takes D4.
Yeah, that works too.
So
this is not clear, I would say.
No, this is.
But we still expect the fairy to win, as we always do, pretty much.
Right.
What's that pawn and game real quick? Oh, that's a draw already. So this is the first upset.
Oh, we've had a draw.
The first upset.
No, that can't be a draw. Ah, it is a draw. Of course, it's a draw. Dietmar Kolber.
It's completely well.
Of course, the German. He wants to keep it solid and he wants to be respectful. I can understand that.
Yeah, he wants to be respectful.
Yeah, Dietmar Kolbers has made a draw, and Dietmar Kolbers, ladies and gentlemen,
But there have been some more draws, in
And
fact.
also Chris Duncan only managed to draw against Jeremy Menadu. So not a good draw for Chris. And Charlie Story is completely losing against Lensos, a kid. That's the last thing you want to do, is play a kid in the first round of the British. Completely winning, so that could be a minor upset. Otherwise, so far, Justin is winning. Keith is... Yeah. But, I mean, it says that David is just not...
Equal.
Yeah?
Yeah, I think the knight against Bishop Exchange was in Black's favor. Not sure if that was necessary.
I still think David's going to win, but
why are there not more moves? Because they have no time, so there should be more moves happening here.
It looks as though
Some transmission error maybe.
Yeah, Lord of Weasel says this should be played online for free, no travel, no hotels. He's talking about the British Chess Championships.
Really?
Madness that we have to travel and play thousands of miles and pay thousands of pounds to play chess. Yeah.
Yeah, the problem online is that...
Yeah, the problem online is the cheating aspect. There's just no way to monitor.
It's just not the same too.
Yeah.
It's over the board. Yeah, how would you monitor it? Like, it's impossible.
Then there's the argument, is this a holiday for players? Yeah, I mean, Lord of the Weasels, this is where I would say you're probably, in my experience, you're wrong on this point. There are people who really do enjoy going to the British Championships. Perhaps not the professionals, but the guys who go, the other guys often go with their families. They go to a sunny location. They do lots of things during the day. So for some people, this really is a holiday, and you can't get that obviously playing online until we get augmented reality and virtual reality. That'll be great. Imagine just being able to put on the glasses and you're actually in the hall and you're facing Mickey Adams in virtual reality over the board, but you can just be at home.
I don't know how I feel about that.
That's the future of Chess 24. That's the future of chess.
Chess 24. Yeah. Alright, how is Mr. Jones doing? He has made some progress, brought the king to center, and now he finally played this move, bishop g1.
Yeah, that looks strong to me.
Yeah, it's forcing king h4. Otherwise you're being checkmated. And then...
It's too much.
Take,
Check. Bishop e3, check.
Check. Probably h4. Can I do this?
Yeah.
Looks pretty good, right?
Yeah, this is just over. The knight's completely...
Knight's completely out of play.
Yeah.
Let's make this red.
Bad knight.
G takes h4, f4.
It's just too much. White's just not... Oh, we've got a load of moves that come in the Hal game. So there was a blip, and...
some moves, yeah.
And it looks as though David has managed to start to outplay Kobe Kalavanen. And...
yeah, probably
this
White
looks
would just play
unpleasant.
f4,
Yeah.
f5.
Yeah, this looks very unpleasant now. So I expect David to win, and I expect Mickey Adams to win, although, you know, he'll be thinking, why me? He'll be thinking, all I want to do is have a quick game, go and get some nice
Well,
dinner.
everybody just wants to have a quick win, like Mark Hapton managed to do.
Yeah.
So, but, you know, this is chess, it's not easy. So this will still go on. What else do we have? What is this position? This also looks pretty good for black. Wait.
This is a position that you don't want against Keith Arkle, let me tell you. But...
Wait. Actually, is this winning?
Because you're saying that...
Well, if you don't exchange rooks...
Yeah, I take on a5, so he
But maybe you can play bishop e5?
No, he played rook takes d5.
Oh, he took.
Keith doesn't make that decision if it's not winning, I can tell you.
Maybe he didn't have a choice. But probably king g5 now. And if I go king g3, there's bishop e5. So at least get my king really active. Yeah, I think it's probably winning.
Yeah, Keith is going to win this, especially against Ado. I mean, I would bet 100% he's going to win this. Also, he gets 2 pawns. He can get 2 passed pawns that are really far apart.
Well, actually, what if I play bishop c6? And I'm just gonna sit.
And you want to put the bishop on a4.
I'm just gonna sit.
Oh my god. That I didn't see. Actually, so here, this is a critical position. So
Could
here,
be. You want to
maybe
play...
he has to go a4, no? Or is that just too much? That's
yeah,
ridiculous,
that's the question,
Actually, this is...
Might
Actually,
might very well be a draw.
Wow. Wow, this would be a disaster for Keith. Feels like it should be a draw, no? Because...
Yeah. Feels
Wow.
like... Yeah, just put my...
Amazing.
If you had a pass pawn already, then it's a different story. But you have to create it first, and I just put my bishop on a4.
Sorry, I mean, this is just such an important
resource for white.
Pawn Pusher says, yeah, so...
There's a discussion going on.
Yeah, there's a discussion about whether it's a holiday. I mean, Lord of the Weasels clearly believes it isn't. Important thing here is to mention that next year the British Championships has, I believe that it will be a shorter championship. I believe it will only be 9 rounds next year and only 1 week long. So that means that makes it much more affordable.
That's the same format as the German Championship as well.
Right.
9 rounds, no rest days. Yeah.
Yeah, forget the rest days. So.
And people are saying that.
Yeah, it will be over. It will be over 9 rounds in next year's competition. Kobe Kalamanen's position got. I don't know what happened, but when this Springer reaches home, it's just
that's position and lost.
It's just impossible to hold against David. So David will come through. Gawain is also...
Gawain is coming through already.
Coming through. So the top 2, so we might be just left with Mickey Adams for a few hours, which is delightful. Thanks.
For another
Thanks,
2
Mickey.
hours.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah, I guess it depends on the country and on the chess federation. I mean, people are discussing in the chat other countries' formats in regards to the championship. Yeah.
But you don't play the German championship, right?
I've played it a couple of times. A few times. And
who is current German champion? I don't even know.
Not sure either. Could be Klaus Bischoff.
Klaus Bischoff, yeah.
Could be. No, but whenever I played, I was funded. And I think that's how it works too. Like, there are some wild cards, and then every state in Germany can send a player pretty much who has to qualify through a state championship. And then the players, they get their accommodation paid and pretty much everything. You know, you have to earn it, but then once you earn it, you can go. And I think that makes sense. Wait, what is Charles' story? Is he just lost? Can you go up a little bit?
Charles' story?
It's just...
I don't know, unless it's a draw.
Okay, black.
No, it's not a draw, I don't think.
That would be surprising. So can black just take? That is the question. That's what we're all wondering. hold on, what is this?
Yeah, this is what I'm
This
looking
is...
at.
wait,
Takes,
is
king
this
g7,
simples?
queen e5, king g6,
You just want to run?
king h5.
Just want to run, huh?
Because queen takes d5 is check, king g4, king g3.
Now we resign. After giving so many checks. Was that completed first? Looks like, right?
Mm-hmm.
Takes, king g7. Takes, king g6. Queen e8 doesn't change anything, queen f7. Yeah, so Lensos just needs to find this line, just calculate it, and then he will score an upset.
Big upset. Also in this position, I don't know if it's any good,
Queen
but this
g8
queen
looks
g8
nice
might be
too, yeah.
really, if you're worried about life.
This makes it, yeah, this would be quite simple. Quite simple.
Yeah, it should be winning. So we've just got Gawain, who's going to win shortly. David is going to win, just no problem. And Mickey, there are no games in the Mickey Adams game.
There are no moves, you mean? Yeah.
Now, I think they reached the time control a while ago.
No, it's a 38 move, at least one we have.
Oh, move 38, okay. So we might get a block of moves again. There might be a slight problem with the transmission.
So what is the prize money in the tournament, do you know?
Yeah, well, we can get it up, actually.
Because people are saying in the chat
I
there's
think
a lot of money involved.
£6,500 for first prize.
Yeah, that's pretty decent.
So let's have a look at the
Information 2016 on the left. Yeah.
information, prizes. Nothing for prizes. That's the schedule. We don't want that. Events, qualification of rules. Where are the prizes? Let's try this. Normally there's an entry form. Huh. Just don't even know the prizes. Perhaps somebody can tweet us the link for the... here we go.
You get it?
No, normally it has it on the entry. I remember the old entry forms, they used to print it and the prizes were on there. Perhaps somebody...
We'll figure it out later.
Yeah, perhaps somebody in the chat can just tell us what the prizes are. But I think it's about 6,500 for first, 3,000 for second. And yeah, and that's basically it. If you finish in third and you don't have sponsorship or some kind of help, you just break even at best.
Yeah, so that's quite an investment then. Alright,
Yeah.
so here we're still expecting Mickey Adams to go for this plan sooner or later. Well, to bring the king over again, right, we said. So what was the problem here?
There was a problem that he couldn't go king...
E7, I said maybe E4 is possible. No, but E4 I can just go king D7. No, this is surely not.
Right, sorry, but it's if so after... Go back, so...
When?
Go back here.
Uh-huh.
So it's white to move, no?
Uh-huh.
So,
Well, you either move to bishop or you play F4 pretty much, or you want to go G3.
I was thinking about G3.
But I can take and play F4, so can't do that.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a problem.
You could only do it...
So why isn't this happening?
Well, maybe it is happening, but we're not getting the moves quite yet. But the white problem is that he will be in Zugzwang around here. Which is quite interesting, right? Zugzwang.
But maybe, hold on a second. Maybe
that's not even good for black, what I'm doing here. Maybe I shouldn't do that. No. Oh,
Yeah.
actually, no, maybe I should do this. Yes, I should do this.
No, but maybe, let me put an example. What happens if I go here?
Oh, king f1 is the move to wait. Well, I'll take on e3.
Okay.
Come on, now that I got an extra pawn.
No, but...
I mean, at some points I might even think about just...
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to, you know...
And how has that improved
this.
your position? I think it's just...
Yeah, I'm just a bit slow. I mean, I wanted some counterplay, right, with this f pawn or something.
Nah.
No?
I mean, I'm also getting an extra pawn. Your rook is like always tied to the d pawn.
No, it's not now. This is the point.
Okay.
It's not.
Nah, I don't believe this.
You don't believe it?
Nope.
You better believe it.
This is game over.
Why?
I'll probably just play rook h6,
Okay.
king e3 and rook king e6.
Okay, king e4.
Yeah, but now I can push, for example.
Okay. I'll check you first.
Oh, you'll check me. Okay, maybe I don't have to allow to check.
And
But
who's-
actually, oh, okay.
Well, I can. You're not even threatening h2. So.
Yeah, maybe I shouldn't allow.
But I mean, I'm just trying to find ways here. So there must be a reason why. So let me just put this on the board, like why Mickey isn't doing this, because I don't quite understand why this isn't so good. Yeah, it just likes f4.
Yeah. Rook c1
What?
is
I
interesting
don't
here.
get it. Rook c1.
To stop king d7.
Ah, that's his idea.
Yes.
This is the idea that we've missed. Okay, that's his idea. Is that when the king gets
To e7,
to
you can
e7, you can just
play
go
rook c1.
rook c1,
Because e3 is not attacked anymore.
and if this, then there's this,
Mhm.
and this is a
Suddenly,
draw.
yeah.
Yeah, this is an easy draw actually. So, so this is why Mickey's thinking. Okay, or
Well,
at least
or it's
maybe
a
he's not thinking, or maybe he's
transition.
already won and we don't know about it. Prizes of the British: only £5,000 first. Second is 2,500, and third is 1,000.
That's really...
That third prize is just not covering your costs if you haven't got a fee. Fourth is 750, fifth is 500. That's so sad. That's really sad. Yeah, and I remember when I was playing in the 90s in the British, it was late 90s and early 2000s. It was sponsored by Smith & Williamson, which is, I don't think the company exists anymore. I think I think it's part of Deloitte now or something like that. Anyway, the prizes were £10,000 first prize. 10,000 first, 5,000 second, and that was in 17, 18 years ago. So that was a lot of money back then. And I remember in 1998, I believe it was, when Mickey was playing Nigel, Matthew Sadler, and they all had this playoff, and it was proper money. That was decent money. But now, £5,000.
That's still
I mean,
a good
it's
amount
half.
of money, but...
No, but it's half the prize
And half the value.
half the value. So it's extremely sad. And look, when you compare it to, look at the US Championships.
Well, nobody can compare.
$50,000.
Nobody can
first
compare
prize,
to the US Championship.
35 second.
Yeah, I mean, the women's prize are
Even
better
the
in
women's
the US.
Than any national championships. It's just unbelievable. And of course, as many of you know, I'm managing Fabiano Caruana. That's my day job. And
Yeah, good for him.
he does pretty well. Yeah, he's doing all. He's not suffering that much. And it's just so sad that we don't have this everywhere. But
That's just how it is.
yeah, that's how it is.
So Akel is still trying.
Yeah,
he played
tried-
A4, which was the only try.
Yeah, it was the only try. So A4 takes King G5, and now
Probably I would just push my pawn for starters.
Okay, so a5, king f4, bishop d4. So how do we make the draw here?
Yeah, maybe we don't after all, yeah?
They were screaming easy draw in the chat. So what happens if I go here? In this position.
I go h6.
Okay, and now I go here.
Alright, yeah, let's say I go g5.
And I go here.
So once I move over, you want to go king g4,
Right.
king h5.
Right. No, but even another drawing mechanism here is just to go h4.
Mm-hmm.
And this is a key drawing mechanism here. So it probably is a draw because
Could be.
feels like it should be, right? Feels like it really should be. Yeah. It's just a draw. Just a draw. Also, White could rush over himself. I mean, it's not like...
Well, okay, but then I'm also going to push my g-pawn, yeah?
Yeah, so... It doesn't matter, no? I'll just give you an example. If I just do this, I just go, you can just push, you can have it all, you can do whatever you want.
Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah.
And I'm just sacrificing. You're always too slow because I just give the guy. So I think it's just a draw, whatever way you want to do it, to be honest. And this will be very disappointing for Keith, and maybe the upset of the round. We've got no moves on the Shaw Adams game, which I have no idea what's
seems
going
unlikely.
on.
But Gawain Jones has converted finally.
Gawain Jones
has won his game.
Won his game.
Took a little bit longer maybe than necessary.
Yeah, he definitely misplayed it. But well done, Philip Crocker, for being so
resilient.
Yeah, very resilient. David Howe is still playing, but this is just dreadful. I mean, this is your worst nightmare to play this.
Nightmare indeed, yeah. So it looks like most of the favorites are winning, but of course, some upsets we saw, some draws here and there, but no huge upsets, one has to say.
Not yet, unless Keith drawing this is a kind of minor upset. It can happen.
Definitely.
It can happen, but thus far all the top seeds have won. Let's see though, because stranger things have happened. Keith has won more drawn positions than this, so it wouldn't surprise me if Keith won. There are still a few games, but the relay seems to be slightly out of sync at the moment. So we're hoping to get the relay, especially of Shaw Adams, because
this is still interesting and not that clear how Black will break through.
Yeah.
Even though we're pretty confident that Adams will find a way.
I still think Mickey will win this position somehow. There's also
even if you go rook e5 here, what about rook e5?
What?
Just rook e5.
Rook e5. Just give the exchange.
Well, why doesn't he have to
Probably
take
just go here, no?
Yeah. Then I go rook d5, e4. Okay, I shouldn't do this. No,
you are trying very hard to lose.
Yeah, I think after rook d5, e4, I'm trying. I'm very close. Well, even then I could just go back after taking once. But no, okay.
No, I can go rook e4.
Yeah, you can go rook e4, but okay. I'm not going to lose, but it's just not necessary.
Maybe. It would be great to have the
Update or
no, the update of this game, because we can't really do much without this game. Back in when I started playing British Championships, before the internet, before live coverage on the internet, when it was done with a demo board, and there used to be runners. We used to get paid. I remember when I was a kid and I was doing it. So we would be doing the demo boards of the big games. I remember I did Adams versus Sadler in the deciding game in the playoff in '97, I think it was. And we used to run, and there used to be kids who used to get paid for bringing the moves from the hall to the...
So you had to write them down?
You had to write them down, so everybody was taking note of the game on a score sheet, and they were called runners, and they were paid like... As a kid, you were gaining like £20. It was just a huge amount of money.
For what?
For just sitting there,
thing,
taking note of the game, and then you would have other kids who would run and run back with the moves every 5 or 10 minutes and stuff, you know, because we just didn't have the internet.
Times have changed.
Times have changed. That was a good job. Yeah, it's not easy, even as Blinda is saying. Being a grandmaster doesn't automatically give you a good living, as many people know.
Yeah, I mean, that's why many people are choosing to pursue a career or study and work and become kind of chess retired, right?
Yeah, I mean,
like myself.
The most... I can say from experience, of course, because I work with the guy, but the difference between what the elite get and the rest is really so substantial.
Yeah, of course. I mean, it makes sense.
Even being a 2700 player like David, it wasn't like he was making tons of money per year. It's really being... I think that the difference starts when you're in the top 10 in the world. Then you really start to see...
Yeah, then you get all the invitations and...
Yeah, you know, you get... And now look at somebody like Mickey, who's probably number 35 in the world, number 40. He's not getting the kinds of invitations he was getting, and it becomes more difficult. So, you know...
yeah, it's just... I mean, there's just not that much money anyway, so you gotta be at the very top to make a really good living.
David Howell is currently in this position against Kobe Kalavanen, and this looks dreadful because...
It might be a Zugzwang position
it
soon
might already
too,
be Zugzwang, exactly. I think here you just go King D1, right? And put the king on C2 if you need to. And the point is the bishop can't move to F6 because you can win a pawn. And the king can't really move because
the rook would come
the
in.
rook comes in, and most
Game
of the
over.
time it's in. So if you have to stand pat, as the poker players would say, the old school poker players, you go rook e6, let's say.
Well, 96, 94 also picks up a pawn.
Yeah, so
I think there are no moves.
maybe it's just complete Zugzwang.
You can just make any king move really, and that will be it.
Yeah. Nice Zugzwang, huh?
Yeah.
But this bishop is a very sad sight.
That's a very sad side indeed.
Very sad bishop. Still no games in the Adams game. This is just very unfortunate for me. If anybody could relay the position to us, that would be great. Potster says chess players should supplement their incomes with poker. Plenty do. Plenty still do. Jennifer Shahadi, who everybody probably knows, is a chess player and a poker. She was just playing the World Series, had a very, very deep run, as they call it, in the World Series main event. She came about 250th, I think, or 200th. She won $45,000.
Nice.
Not bad. Not bad. So there are players that do play chess and play poker, but it's not as easy as you think.
It's also not an easy income, and
you can lose a lot.
Yeah. It's tough work.
It's not easy. You need to work. People are asking, am I going to St. Louis? I am going to St. Louis. I'll be there for the Sinkfield Cup starting in about a week tomorrow. No. The actual first game starts on the 5th, Friday the 5th. I'm getting there a bit early. So that will be fun. Love the Sinkfield Cup.
Yeah, it's a great tournament.
Great tournament. And to be in St. Louis again, always fun. Hopefully Fabiano will have a repeat of 2014 and not 2015. Adam Hunt has just told me that nice draw by 13-year-old Hand versus Palliser. And Adam, I see a GM symbol next to Adam. Adam, have you made your Grandmaster title? If so, congratulations. The last time I saw him, I thought he had a couple of norms and maybe he got another norm somewhere, which would be beautiful. So well done, Adam. And so Palliser did concede the draw there, and it was this position. So he didn't go for this ending, it's surprising, but it's also risky because...
Even here, I would still go for it.
Yeah, but what, you would do this or something like that?
Well, no, not...
Well, this is the point. The knight jumps in real quick. But rook e8.
But even this I would look at, certainly.
Yeah.
Well, but okay, knight d4, rook goes to g2.
Yeah, and the rook.
But I would certainly try as black. That's for sure.
Yeah, but great draw by Freddie Hand. 13-year-old Freddie Hand. So maybe there's certainly an upset of the day and certainly a prospect, Freddie Hand. Great name for a chess player as well,
really?
Freddie Hand. Oh, yeah. That's a great name. Yes. So, and we've got one more as well. Charlie's Story was saying with white. And look at this. The young Lensos did play Queen G8, which is very wise. And Rook takes D5. And this is just... I mean, he's a gazillion pieces up and there's just no threats.
Well, cool.
So...
Queen b6 maybe?
Yeah, okay. Check.
Oh, Queen a2.
Check.
Oh,
And Schachmatt is coming.
Yeah. That's the point though. Queen a2 is important. Otherwise,
yeah,
you know.
it's long. That is a really long move. You know?
And a
Is
very
that
strong
longer?
move. Yep.
It is longer, right?
That is the longest diagonal. Alright, so he will score the upset of the day though.
Yeah, we need to
So
see,
far.
because I think if you draw Mickey Adams with black, that's also an upset.
white,
Anybody... Adam Hunt says, oh no, they've given him the GM title, he's not a GM yet. Me and Adam have been struggling for years trying to get this last norm and everything else like that. We'll get there one day, Adam, we'll get there, mate, don't worry. Don't give up hope. I haven't. I'm quite strong sometimes, it's weird, no? But I don't like playing.
Consistent.
That's my problem, I don't enjoy playing over the board.
Really?
Yeah, I don't get
Why
it.
would you ever do it then?
I don't. I mean, I played...
not anymore.
when I played Bundesliga, it was because I was playing board 1 and that was quite annoying to be able to play board 1. But no, I find it stressful. I don't really enjoy it, so I don't play it anymore, really.
David played your move, King D1.
Of course he did. Of course he
in the
did.
Zugzwang.
This is a beautiful Zugzwang, actually. So, but we need
That's it.
the Shaw Adams game. If we can't get that, we're just going to have to go. Because there are just going to be no more games left of significance in
Yes,
this
is there
round.
anything else going on right now?
No, all the other games have kind of finished. Keith Arkell's game.
He's
but
still trying, but we're
he's
expecting
trying,
a draw here.
But so the way he's going to try and, I think as white, the only construction I can see Keith trying with is getting this guy all the way down to h3 like this. So maybe white should just go h3 here.
Yeah. I agree.
Because my king is close enough now, so after king g3,
G6.
bishop d3, and b3 could be a try. Now at least I can go king d3. And b2, king c2. And there's just no way to...
Those will be the next moves.
Yeah, and then there's
Tell you
just...
that much.
Yeah, that's it. a5. Okay, but bishop g8. Bishop
Yeah, bishop g8.
No, bishop g8.
Well, because then I can just play a6.
Yeah, that's just simple. h5, a6. And even if you get this with black... Oh, I've got to be careful.
Here you gotta play
Bishop
c4.
c4. No, I mean, bishop g8 wasn't the best, was it?
It's fine.
Let's just go here, like a normal...
Well, but my point was then I can stop the pawn, but it doesn't matter. Just doesn't matter, yeah. Even if the king stops the pawn.
But I mean, now there's just, there's just no...
Nope.
No, there's nothing to do.
That'll be a draw.
Yeah.
Who
So
else is playing? Anybody still playing?
Nobody. This Charlie Story game. Oh, he took on a4, Charlie, but this one is winning. Careful, because there's stalemate options. So it's...
Well, it could have played a little bit better still, but
Yeah.
it probably just doesn't matter.
So the stalemate is this, and if king c7, rook, there is no stalemate.
There's no stalemate, yeah?
That's sad.
So, white did everything.
Rook
right.
h7. b7 check. And then what? Mate in 3. Unfortunate.
Can play this though.
Yeah, but that's really losing. That's really losing. Just anything. It's just winning. So...
Okay, so that's over. What else do we have?
We don't know. Marcus Osborne playing Nigel Ralphs. Interesting. Feels like should be winning. Just keeping the king out of the pawn.
Yeah.
Unless,
this is winning.
Is it? Yeah, it is.
King c5. King c5 could be a little problem here.
Is it winning?
Well, no, maybe not.
Maybe this isn't winning after king c5.
No, that's not winning. Pretty sure. Well, the king just doesn't get close now. If you move the knight, I just play king b6. And otherwise, I'll just push my pawns forward and nothing you can do.
Yeah, I think it's a draw. So another mini...
Upset?
Oh, he played a4. That's the wrong move.
Well, who knows?
King d6, a5, king c7, even that's a draw. a6, a7, queen, king c6.
Yeah.
It's all a draw. Maybe this is just a draw.
Yeah. Unless you do something like this.
That's too freaky for me.
Too freaky, right?
What is it? I don't
A6,
understand
knight
it.
c7.
King b6,
B takes a6.
b4. That's
Well,
losing.
then I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's just ridiculous. Of course, that's losing. Maybe it's not.
Maybe it's not.
That's so beautiful. Anyway.
But,
To put that on the board, this is quite interesting. So here, king b6, you have to go b takes a6, b4,
King c8,
king
king
c6,
a7.
or king a7, whichever. I was thinking king
King
c6.
c6, knight a8 might be winning.
Yes. Yes. b5 over b. Yes.
b5, a5,
b6 just takes. It's
takes.
good enough.
King b5. Oh,
No, that's
fine.
good enough. It doesn't matter. So, but king a7.
King a7,
It's just
king d8.
Is it just king b8? It's important.
Well, king b6 doesn't matter.
King b8, king d7.
King b8, I think is not so good. Maybe.
Oh my god.
We have a lot of
King
fun here.
b6. Still a draw.
Very unfortunate.
That's ridiculous. Is that a draw?
b4. Yeah, it's still a draw. So sad.
Oh dear.
But here, I mean, you don't. Okay, you don't even have to play a6. You can also play. I mean, even this.
Yeah, I mean, this is really now.
Okay, yeah, should be all a draw.
Yeah. Anyway,
Anyways.
the Adams game apparently is working again.
Oh, okay,
so
we
let's
should
just
look
go back. And yeah, he did break through with g4. g4.
So how does this work? Take? Oh, okay. Just take back. I thought that's something I could take. No.
I don't think you take. That feels wrong. intuitively. Do you go f4 here? And then he...
I never want to go f4, trust me. Because once I go f4, you just play rook e4 and the king is coming, and that I feel like I can't stop this.
But the king isn't coming.
Why not?
Because I have this trick. Rook e4, bishop e5.
What's
Rook takes c2.
Oh, well, I come here.
Rook takes c2 at any moment. Check. I check you. Bishop e5.
Hmm.
And maybe you can go rook c4.
Yeah, I mean,
Bishop
honestly,
d4, king d5 like this, and come to e4. And that looks really bad.
it just feels like here even this might be good.
Yeah.
Just feels like whenever you play f4 and you weaken the last curse like that. But do you have to react like right now at all?
Maybe you can just stand pat, you're right, but I don't know how, as Peter Fiddler would say, how. Yeah. He has the Russian ch.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oliver Gill is holding against Keith Arthur. Let's have a look at the Mickey game after g4. The computer, yeah, it's becoming...
It's
well,
not
hold on.
updated yet.
Yeah, it's now a whole pawn more, and yeah, I think this is gone, to be honest.
Going to be
Yeah,
tough.
Yeah, I don't see Peter holding, which is a shame. But
It is a shame because he was fairly close.
yeah,
But some inaccuracies allowing the bishop to c2 first of all. And yeah, also in general, taking a rather passive setup just made his task much more difficult. But it's easy for us to talk from here.
it is. That's why we're here.
That's why we're here, exactly. Yep.
Yeah, so
So we're expecting Mickey Adams to take the point, even though it takes some time, and
yeah,
nobody would have expected him to be kind of the last player possibly playing
Yeah.
still in the first round, but it doesn't matter to him as long as he gets the win.
yeah. Anybody in the chat? Let's see. Blinda says LT is my favorite player. Thanks, Blinda. Appreciate it.
So what was your best showing in the British Championship?
Out of 11, I think I got 7 or 7.5 one. I think I never got 7.5. I think I got 7. I think that was my best. So something like 7th or something like that, or 8th.
Mm-hmm.
I never had an amazing British Championships. No, I did. No, nothing. I've had some nice games. I lost a critical game the last time I played it. I lost a critical game against David Howe,
Mm-hmm.
and I think I lost one more, didn't I? I think I lost to Gawain as well.
Hmm.
And when you lose to Gawain and David in the same tournament, you can't win it.
No.
Peter Shaw is taken. I don't like that particularly. Gives
Yeah,
more
just
space.
like-
yeah.
Also,
Yeah.
a potential pass pawn, more to work with for
Yeah.
black.
Yeah, I just don't see any more resistance there. Lensos, did he win his game?
He did, yes.
He won. Lensos beat Charlie
There he is,
Story.
yeah.
Yeah, wonderful. So great result for him. Nigel Rouse playing Marcus Osborne.
Oh, he didn't go for the a6, so that's what we looked at, yeah.
But
He
this
didn't go for our a6, but it's just good
this
enough.
just looks absolutely good enough for it. B5. What to do? Just nothing to do. Right? Have you ever mated somebody with king and knight versus king and pawn?
No.
You know that famous configuration. Can we
Yeah.
get it on the board? Let's just
Probably.
pass some time. So,
It's black to move.
so how do I do this?
King needs to go to a7.
Yeah. Let's. This is hard. Where does the knight have to be on?
On c8 usually. Or somewhere else.
Right. So for all of you who don't know,
Thing is here won't work. Because it's the wrong side to move. Wait, I think you can make it work. There we go. Oh no. Oh yeah, there we go. Managed.
there we go. If you ever get that, ladies and gentlemen, this is winning because you
Made it to.
checkmate the king.
Okay, I have a feeling
Never had
we won't
that.
see this.
Got a feeling that won't happen today. Any more interesting games?
No.
It looks as though, well, wow, now this is even worse. Oh, I think he's just taking on e3, no? And that's just... Why can't he take on e3?
Rook takes h4.
Oh! Whoa, hold on.
Oh, rook e4 is nice.
Rook e4. Yeah,
And
played.
just played.
Yeah, because he can come to c4 as well.
Once the rook
Nasty.
penetrates.
And if bishop f4? Am I just taking it?
Oh, gosh. Look at this position.
Oof.
Both rooks.
Oh
So
my
sad.
God, it's just completely losing.
It's just
Is it?
complete. Yeah. Do you have any moves?
Yeah,
You can't even get your
I
rooks
want to go
out.
here and take some king d2.
Okay, well, go for it.
Okay, so where are you going?
Hey, it's
So
your
here?
move even. You know what?
Go on.
I'm gonna be mean. Like, I'm not sure if I can.
Okay, that's too much, I think.
Well, if you go c takes, I play rook c4.
And then?
Well, now you run. Well, you can play f4 now, but then I take on e.
What are you talking about?
What? So make a move.
F4?
Rook e4.
Oh, that's so cruel. Yeah, that's cruel.
No,
That
you have
wins.
to take with the a pawn.
Really? This is just over?
Yeah, no moves. I mean, what can he do?
Yeah, because if I take king d2, you're going queen.
Yeah. Just to show real quick. That's funny. But I think
Maybe...
you can take with the a pawn.
But hold on, I can also play rook d1.
Ah, rook d1. I didn't see that. Yeah, okay.
With some
I mean,
chances.
even this, yeah.
What?
But okay, it doesn't have to get that far.
Yeah, but I mean, you are...
Well, yeah, actually, yeah, you take, you put your rook on g4.
And what?
Yeah, that's true.
Und was?
Okay.
Bishop f4 is the only move, that's clear.
Okay, but if I just, don't do anything crazy, I'll just bring my king.
Okay. Okay, rook takes c2. Let's see this.
Just synthesis.
Ah.
What? Yeah, this is also pretty good.
Ah, Mickey, you're so fine. You're so fine. You blow my mind. Hey, Mickey. Yeah, but this is
Pretty bad, yeah?
Yeah, because a pawn is weak and c pawn is weak and king can hide.
Or just king f5, king f4 here.
This is gone.
And he has just taken on f4.
Yes, Mickey Adams. Of course he has. Of course he has. Mickey Adams doesn't miss these chances.
Blind is very confident in my ability to uplift the Haska Bundesliga team. He says,
Yeah.
Niclas will be playing for Hamburg in the upcoming season, top 3.
Yeah.
I'm not quite as confident as Blinder that I will have such an impact, but I hope to make some impact. And happy to return after 4 years absence from the Bundesliga. Are you going to play at all?
I'm not in the Bundesliga this year. Unfortunately, we played for Norderstedt last year,
And you delegated?
we got relegated, but my
Relegated.
goodness, did we fight? We got 5 points, I think, overall, and it wasn't enough.
And you
but
played first board?
first and second board, yeah.
How did it go?
I got massacred, but I really was, I had a very good position versus Harry Krishna, probably winning. I had maybe 3 or 4 winning positions that I lost all of them. I didn't even draw. And against these guys, they just punish you if you don't. But I was actually quite happy with the way I played in general. But yeah, made maybe 4 draws or 5 draws. So got like 2.5 out of 9 or something. Got crushed. No, I was playing an average of 26.70 or something.
No, that's great. I mean,
I think
awesome.
I don't think I lost much elo. So, but next year I'll play in the second Bundesliga
Okay, with Norderstedt.
with Norderstedt. I like the team; they're cool guys.
Yeah.
We're gonna try and come back up to the Bundesliga, and but it's 1 game per weekend in the second league. It's not 2 games per weekend. It's
Really?
1 game, yeah, and sometimes it's on a Sunday morning.
Oh, yeah.
Who would play on a Sunday morning?
Wait, but that's the same in the Bundesliga too.
No, but you play Saturday and Sunday.
Right, but you still play Sunday morning.
Yeah, but the whole point is you have to travel to Berlin or something just to play a game.
Yeah, but you don't have to travel as far. I think
That's
that's
true.
the difference.
That's true, but still.
Okay.
Still. We're waiting for Mickey. Probably we should just wait until this finishes or until it's really clear.
Should be over
And then
pretty
we'll
soon.
wrap up. I don't know what they're all saying. So let's see if the Twitter sphere has. Is Radio Jan your favourite guy in the world? Just out of interest.
I think it was pretty funny. Did you see the clip?
I saw. Yeah, he was
With
very
him on
proud of it.
his-
Yeah,
on
with his
sunglasses?
sunglasses. Yeah,
He was very proud of it.
he was very proud of it. Yeah,
He
yeah.
can be proud. It was quite a good
Yeah,
performance.
it was a good performance.
I mean, to pull it off,
Yeah,
very impressive.
he needs it as well because
No, Jan was just bored. He was so bored.
well,
And then, that happens.
the thing with the Bilbao tournament is that it was extremely boring. Apart from Magnus, some of the games were so dull.
Yeah, exactly. So Jan said, okay, I'll try something different. And
So dull.
people loved it, of course.
Yeah. ECF Chess, the official account of the English Chess Federation, says the 2017 British Championship will be shortened to 9 rounds over 9 days from Saturday to the following Sunday. So does that mean there'll be 1 rest day? Probably, if I can count. Or not. Maybe no
And
rest days.
Saturday is 8 days.
Saturday.
So no rest day. Like you said. Exactly like you said.
Nobody needs a rest day.
Well, not for 9 rounds. I think it's pretty common to just play 9 rounds every day. And that's good.
Dylan Love says, entering my first tournament this weekend, what should I know going into it? How the pieces move is a really good start. You can't ask me anything more than that because I don't know. I just know that they move up and down and diagonally, and that's all you need to know. And hope they land on the right squares.
Yeah.
Then you'll win.
Nice.
Maybe I'll play next year.
Really? You would make a comeback?
Maybe. I hear it's in a nice little town in Wales,
Okay.
in the north
So
of Wales.
yeah, actually what I meant to ask you, so we said people from Ireland and England are playing. Is that right?
What?
People...
In the British Championships?
Yes.
People who are British and who are residents in Britain.
Okay.
So you'll have people from Wales, Scotland, but even
So people from
but they
Scotland?
have
But it looks like most people are from England, yeah?
yes, they are. But Scotland also has its own championships. But I believe if you are Scottish, you are eligible to play in the British Championships. Somebody can confirm that for me.
Yeah, like Jonathan Rosen, right? Rosen?
Yeah, John. But I can't recall seeing any Scots play. But
No, he's not playing.
no, I mean
was just
any
wondering if he
Scots
could have
in
played.
general.
Yeah.
I mean, I could scroll down the list here, but we have got a Scot here, Mr. Birkett, Richard Birkett is. So he's got a Scottish flag, but he's playing. So yeah, it's still. But many years ago, there was a big change with the British Championships because anybody in the Commonwealth could play. So I remember in the early 2000s, we used to just get contingents of Indians, especially, who, let's just say, aren't so bad at chess, and used to come over from junior level up, and they used to just take everything. And
Even in the junior championships.
even in the junior championships. So when that was happening too much, I think there was kind of a case of, well, look, they've got their own championships that we can't play in, so we need to cut the rules,
Yeah,
which I think is change the rules, which I think is absolutely fair.
Yeah,
I think the rules they've got at the moment is kind of fair. So either being a resident in Britain or having some sort of affiliation. Yeah, that's just cute.
You don't even have to wait
don't
until
even
White
have to
takes on
wait.
C2.
Yeah,
Just take it immediately.
yeah. So
Was it ever, what I was wondering, was it ever a closed format? Like just a round robin? Like in many countries, that's how it is.
Well, I think the British Championships has always been an open kind of championships, but unfortunately, and the ECF probably is going to be listening to this, I actually favour a closed elite championships because I think it's a huge shame that you can't have Mickey, Nigel, Matthew Sadler, Gawain, David, and then people like Jonathan Hawkins. You know, something like the French have. They have like a 10-player. And then maybe have a wild card spot or 2 wild cards.
Yeah,
where
like the US, right?
Like the US Championships.
Yeah, I think
you have
US
10 players.
are
I think it's
fun.
great because it really is the best of the best. And then if you want to have something like that, call it, you could have one title called the British Champion, and then maybe you can have one that says is the English Open Champion or the British Open Champion. So there's a distinction. Because I just think it's a real shame that we can't get these players play every year.
It's true. Yeah, there have been voices for concerning the same topic in Germany as well, and I think, well, no, it's been the same format, but it's less players though. I don't know how many players do we have here. We have plenty, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of players. I'm
we
not
have
sure,
80
but
players. In Germany, it's usually around 30, so it's like something in between, kind of.
Right. But I just think it's a shame when, meaning no offence to some of the lower rated players here, you know, it's kind of, for me, it's sort of...
No, of course, you always want to have the best players
yeah.
play in their championship. Like it is in the US, like every single one.
Yes.
Like they are declining invitations from other tournaments to play in their championship.
Right.
So
That's the way, that's really way it should be. And it says here, Stoff Zwiger as well says, Dutch run 8-player all top 7 on ratings qualify 8th place decided from a qualifier. That's exactly what I'm talking about. So if you have that, I think it's easier to market for sponsorship, additional sponsorship, and
it's probably also more attractive for viewers.
It's more attractive for the viewers as well because, again, with all due respect, we do like to see some of the lower rated players, but clearly the quality isn't there, and clearly they are not the best players in the country, and we want to define who is the best player in the country from that. So we got to... Yeah, and Adam Hunt makes a very important point. He says, note the new English Championships last year at the London Chess Classic, which was a step forward. So there was alongside the London Chess Classic, there was a side tournament with, I think it was Nick Pert, David Howell, Gawain Jones, Jonathan Hawkins, which was the de facto English Championships, but it doesn't have the official title. And for me, that needs to have the official title. And it had some young players in there as well, which was fine. And yeah, it was a step forward, but I just feel like it's still not quite where it should be. And because it missed Mickey.
Well, because he was playing in the
it missed Nigel. It missed Matthew Sadler, I believe, if I remember correctly. So I'm talking about you have the top 10 players, or the top 9 plus a wild card that you can qualify for. End of story. That's it. That's the way it should be. I like that format.
Yeah.
In my opinion.
Peter Shaw's played Rook G1, where Black can just bring his king closer.
Yeah.
And the idea is, well, I guess his Rook move is aimed against this idea of Rook takes F3 after, let's say, this. But honestly, Black can just play King F5 and just still play it. And should be it, right? Or is there Rook H1 here? No, but this is game over. This is the classic where the king is running up the board. You cannot go King G5 because that would run into Rook H8. But you just run up the board. Rook and King do this dance until King goes here, and then this will Queen.
Yep. Indeed. Adam also says, wouldn't it be great to have people like Hodgson, etc. coming back? Well, I don't think Jules would like to play, if I'm honest. But yeah, it would be great to just have at least the semi-active players playing.
Sadler, Luke McShane.
Sadler and Luke especially. So it would be those 5 plus those 6, I should say. Sorry, 6. And yeah, but we'll see. I'm not sure. Well, Mickey's got 14 minutes apparently, and Peter Shaw has got 3 minutes. So we can go for another 10 minutes, can't we?
Yeah, I'm sure
we're going to
we'll
wrap it up.
And
And tomorrow we're going to be here at the same time.
3:30.
3:30.
Which is 2:30
correct.
English time.
2:30
British
UK
time, I should say. UK
British time. And we will be covering round 2. Now, round 2 is always quite an interesting round at the British because you can get already a IMGM clash, and there are some upsets normally in round 2.
But still, of course, there's still going to be huge rating differences between the players. Really, usually in these open tournaments, of course, it depends on how many players are participating, but usually it starts to get really interesting from round 3 or 4. Really depends on the size. The less players you have, the earlier you will have very strong pairings between grandmasters. But we'll get the pairings sooner or later. We will see Adams against Howell or against Gawain Jones. This is just a matter of time.
No question at all. Just no question.
Because it's 11 rounds. Even with 9 rounds, we would see those pairings. But with 11 rounds, they will play each other eventually. No doubt.
Yeah, as Dangermouse says, very rightly so, that the players that are playing, the non-title players here, have to pay in order to play. I don't know how much it is, £100 or something, and if there are 30 of them, that clearly makes a lot of money for the tournament. But if you have a closed format that you can market, you can get the sponsor, and it's a lot easier. So, and I know this because I've done it. So it's what I do. Partly what I do for Fabiano is I help negotiate, and I help find sponsors and that kind of thing. Now, clearly,
you do.
Well, in the US, clearly it's been they've had an amazing stroke of fortune with Rex Singfield being able to fund everything. And the London Chess Classic also has been very fortunate. But you just need one more person like that who is very, very kind, very generous with his money. And you Marcus it, and he enjoys chess. And you don't really need that much. We're not looking at US levels.
No.
I think, I really don't think you need that much. I just think you need... you need something, obviously, but even if it was 15,000 first or 20,000 first.
Oh, that would be a
would
good
be
amount
just,
already.
I don't think you need more than £75,000 to run this tournament with all costs, which really, for a national championship, isn't that much. What happened?
He took on c2 now.
Took king
d2. We might very well see this variation. Rook takes f3. I wonder if even here, black can already
he's
take.
not going to do it. He's not going to do it.
No, maybe here.
That loses here.
No. Let's put it on the board. It's not like we have anything better to do. King f5. But no, you can just play h3.
Yeah, you're right. It doesn't lose. We're just
wins.
Tired. It wins. Quite the
But
opposite.
there's no need for him to do this, obviously. There's so many different winning ways. Also, like doing something like h3, of course. But rook takes f3.
Why don't you just go king f5? I don't understand.
Yeah, that's what we said.
And rook f3?
Yeah, that's what we looked at here in king f4 now.
Yeah.
That's it.
He might even just go h3 here. Because that must just be clear as well. Here takes here and just go here. I mean, that is also just... There's just no calculation required. Yeah, it's just so clear.
It's so clear.
I think we should wrap up because actually this is just... there are just too many ways to win and Mickey's got
it's just a
too
matter
much
of time. All right, then.
All right, so it's been...
no major upsets on the top boards. We had some minor upsets. But really, overall, one can say the favorites hold their own and won most of the
pretty
games.
much expected. As some close moments, though, Mickey Adams didn't really... he chose a kind of...
It wasn't straightforward.
Wasn't straightforward. He kind of played an opening which was a strange choice, in my opinion, against a lower-rated player. David Howe also was not that impressive.
Completely convincing.
And neither was Gawain Jones, having a winning position and kind of struggling to convert it. So the top three seeds, the guys that most people think will... One of these will at least win it. Didn't impress that much. However, they are all strong players for a reason.
And in the end, if
in
they
the
win...
end, a win is a win.
A win is a win, no matter how you get it.
And congratulations to Mr... I've forgotten his name. Lensos.
Who won against Charles Storley. That was really
good
about
game.
the only upset, like in terms of full point upset.
Right.
We saw a couple of draws.
Yes, Oliver Gill, congratulations to him, drawing against Keith Arkle, and congratulations, there was also one more draw.
Yeah, there were a couple more draws.
Yeah.
I did know Kolbus.
Yeah.
But in general, no huge upsets. All right.
We'll see you tomorrow, 2:30 UK time, 3:30 in the afternoon Central European time. Have a very good evening.
Goodbye.
Ciao for now.